Chapter 10:27. In space, David retreated as he fought. He had found the feeling he had when he was still a sniper against Kaji. However, the level of the insectoid tide he was facing now was completely different from Worcester's. Even a single rank 4 insectoid in that tide was a disaster. All the Temple Knights could see the uniqueness of the 13 Black Dragon Temple Knights formation. They were all experienced rank 5 experts and knew just how powerful a bloodline barrier formed by a knight of the same dragon bloodline was. However, at the level of a Temple Knight, it was very difficult to find a knight of the same dragon bloodline. At present, there were not enough Temple Knights with dragon bloodlines to form a complete 6-man knight formation. The Temple Knights could only sigh at the 13 Black Dragon Temple Knights. At present, the origins of these 13 Black Dragon Temple Knights were still a mystery. However, this did not affect their envy of Lord Arthur. With such a Temple Knight, the Luce family had become the most powerful noble family in the great world of God. Form a second knight formation and give General David more time to display his abilities. Lord Ludwig suggested. Agree. The other knight did not refuse and expressed their agreement. General David's sniping range was far greater than theirs, and his killing speed was also extremely fast. As long as they could ensure that General David's attacks did not stop, they would be able to complete the mission Chairman Gould had given them. The Temple Knights were well aware that no matter how powerful they were on the battlefield, once they fell into a chaotic battle, they would still be in danger. If they could complete the mission safely, they naturally would not refuse. After 2 hours of continuous sniping, David's rank 5 roaring sniper rifle was constantly flashing with runes, cooling it down. David was also rejoicing. Fortunately, the gun was made of rank 5 materials. No matter how good the Federation's materials were, they wouldn't be able to withstand such a long period of firing. Not to mention such a small sniper rifle. Even a large main cannon would need to go through a cool-down period after repeated attacks before it could be used again. Every material had a limit, but David's continuous sniping had not reached the limit of a level 5 material. With the support of the runes, his attack frequency was still extremely high. However, the battle that followed would not be so easy. After 2 hours of continuous retreat, the Templar Knight and David had returned to the first line of defense. Of course, in the 2-hour battle, a large number of Zergs had died less than 40,000 meters away. David's sniping stopped. The rank 5 roaring sniper rifle didn't fire a single bullet. He scanned the rank 5 roaring sniper rifle with his power of will. It wasn't that there was a problem with the sniper rifle itself. It was just that all the enchantment runes had been used up, and it needed some time to recover. Without the enchantment of the runes, the level 5 roaring sniper rifle became overheated. The level 3 alchemy sniper bullet that had just been loaded was deformed before it was even fired. David's roaring sniper rifle was accurate down to the nanometer level. The deformed shell caused the inside of the roaring sniper rifle to jam. David smiled at the knight beside him. My apologies, everyone. The roaring sniper rifle malfunctioned. Looks like I'll have to join you in close combat. Lord Ludwig laughed. General David, you've done enough. Stay at the back. We have the Knights formation to support us. It won't be easy for you to interfere. This is our battle. I should do my part. David didn't have any intention of resting. At this point in the battle, the fleet was 5 kilometers behind them. They couldn't afford to lose this line of defense. Without David's sniping, the speed of the Zerg tide's advance increased by a lot. The level 4 Zerg could block several attacks from defensive missiles and anti-air cannons. This was enough for the Zerg tide to advance quickly. The Zerg tide had also gone crazy. They didn't care about the cost at all. Just when the Zerg tide was 2 kilometers away from the Temple Knight and David, the Zerg at the front suddenly let out a cry. The Zerg at the front sensed David's aura. This was the enemy's aura that was deeply ingrained in their genetic memory. The Zerg tide's first target was David. Of course, other than David, no one else noticed this change. David was right in front of the fleet, so the Zerg tide didn't change direction. David was one of the parties involved. He knew very well that his aura had some sort of stimulating effect on the Zerg. This was something that had been proven in previous battles. He wasn't worried at all. He had a legendary rank body, a pure black dragon body, and a talent for swordsmanship. Even if he didn't have any other talents, he could still protect himself. Knights, charge! Lord Ludwig yelled. He led the knight formation at the outermost edge to meet the Zerg tide. A total of 67 knights formed the knight formation. As the knight formation charged, a huge pure white longsword appeared above the knight formation. This huge pure white longsword became brighter and brighter as the knight charged forward. It became more and more dazzling. Boom! The knight formation's white longsword suddenly slashed down the moment it collided with the Zerg tide. The power of this sword carried the bloodline power of 67 knights and the battle intent accumulated during the knight formation's charge. This huge pure white longsword slashed a gap in the middle of the Zerg tide. The remaining power spread 2 kilometers into the Zerg tide, creating a gap of 2 kilometers. With several dragon bloodline knights in front, the knight formation did not hesitate. They continued to launch the knight formation charge toward the Zerg tide along the gap of 2 kilometers. The knight formation smoothly rushed into the Zerg tide and rampaged inside the Zerg tide. What's the matter? Why are these Zerg ignoring us? Lord Darrell asked through the knight formation. According to their plan, this time the knight formation charged into the Zerg tide and let the Zerg tide treat them as the first target. The Zerg tide could be attracted to the front of the battle line, allowing the fleet and fortifications behind to attack. In the last war, Lord Arthur operated this method and successfully attracted the Zerg tide. However, no matter how the Temple Knight formation charged, they could not attract the Zerg tide. The Zerg tide continued to surge to the rear. David felt a little strange. The cloned avatar and the 13 Temple Knight avatars were all under his personal control at this time. His main body was in Gami's star, but his avatar was divided into 14 parts. Without forming the Knight formation, the 13 Temple Knight avatars stood on both sides of David's cloned avatar, forming a horizontal line of defense. Why don't they prepare the Knight formation? How much combat power will this waste? Lord Ludwig took the time to look behind and asked, puzzled, "Get ready to go back to support." Lord Darrell reminded. The Zerg tide rushed to David's 14 avatars, and 14 fifth-grade light longswords were swung out. The Zerg tide seemed to be stagnant. The frontmost Zerg was like the sea meeting a reef. A pale golden light flashed, and the approaching Zerg died instantly. It was unimaginable how terrifying the scene of 14 swordsmanship talents would be when they attacked together. These Zerg were at most at level 4. None of them could escape a single sword strike after getting close to them. Of course, the most dangerous one among them was David's cloned avatar. Almost all the Zerg wanted to get close to him, but his attack range was only 5 meters. Even with his small-scale movement, this attack range was no more than 10 meters. But in fact, David himself did not feel this way. He had reached the legendary stage. When facing the Zerg that were much weaker than him, these swarms of Zerg were worlds apart from him in terms of speed and strength. In addition, David was not fighting alone. There were 67 Temple Knights in front constantly charging, weakening the Zerg tide. The 13 Temple Knight avatars beside him provided the most powerful support. At this distance, the warships, space fortresses, military fortifications, and so on behind could easily attack the Zerg tide with almost all weapons. This also accelerated the destruction of the Zerg tide. The number of Zerg that rushed to David did not exceed his combat ability. The Interstellar Federation's attack reflected their powerful precision. No attack had accidentally hurt their allies. It seems that there is no need to go back to support. Lord Darrell shook his head and said. Lord Ludwig did not speak. He was fighting while observing the battle on the other side. He had seen General David's swordsmanship. In his judgment, only Lord Arthur could compete with that powerful swordsmanship, but his judgment was obviously wrong. Because in the battle, the 13 Black Dragon Bloodline Temple Knight, led by Lord Harlow, all had swordsmanship beyond the Grandmaster level. If General David's swordsmanship was comprehended by himself, then the 13 Black Dragon Bloodline Temple Knights' swordsmanship could not be comprehended by them. There was only one possibility. Lord Arthur had passed on his swordsmanship talent ability to the 13 Black Dragon Bloodline Temple Knight through some means. Lord Ludwig's heart was burning. Since Lord Arthur could pass on the swordsmanship talent ability to the 13 Black Dragon Bloodline Temple Knight, then he had the ability to pass on the swordsmanship talent ability to others. This temptation was extremely attractive to a swordsmanship fanatic like Lord Ludwig. However, Lord Ludwig thought about it again. It would be difficult for Lord Arthur to pass on the swordsmanship talent ability to him. Lord Ludwig knew how loyal these 13 Black Dragon Bloodline Temple Knight were. Take Lord Harlow, for example. The shrines rewarded Lord Harlow with the status of a member of the Supreme Council, which was also the qualification of a top aristocrat. Although Lord Harlow did not receive his own private planet now, his status was the same as Lord Arthur's. Perhaps the shrines intended to let Lord Harlow leave Lord Arthur. Lord Arthur's strength and power had increased too quickly, making some people inside the shrines feel threatened. But it was useless. Lord Harlow was no different from before since he became a member of the Supreme Council. He was still conscientiously performing the defense mission on the Guardian planet on behalf of the Luce family, quietly doing his own work without any change in status. Lord Ludwig believed that this was also the reason why Lord Arthur passed on the swordsmanship talent ability to Lord Harlow and the other 12 knights of the Knight Temple. Loyal knights were worthy of Lord Arthur's trust. The insectoid tide has stopped. Just as Lord Ludwig was thinking, Lord Darrell exclaimed in surprise. The Temple Knight saw some of the insectoids rushing past the defense line where General David was located. They did not continue to rush in the direction of the fleet, but turned and flew toward General David. It seemed that General David was more hated by the insectoids than the battleships at the rear. The insectoids wanted to kill General David more. Everyone, we can't let General David underestimate us. Attack with all your might. Lord Fred of the Black Dragon bloodline unleashed his bloodline power. He swung his sword with all his might and cleared a group of insectoids before yelling. David's figure kept moving through the bodies of the insectoids. The level 5 light longsword in his hand kept slashing repeatedly. It looked like he would be hit by the insectoids at any time, but none of the insectoids could attack him. Gradually, David put most of his attention into the body of the cloned avatar. The other 13 level 5 Temple Knights were fighting independently. Fortunately, with this swordsmanship talent ability, the 13 level 5 Temple Knights still maintained an efficient killing. In the body of the cloned avatar, the pure Black Dragon power became more and more mellow in the continuous battle. He had a feeling that his control of the Black Dragon power was getting tighter and tighter. David's situation was very special. Even among the Black Dragon clan, he was a unique existence. Perhaps his Black Dragon body was innately inferior to a real Black Dragon due to innate reasons. But in terms of the use and comprehension of the soul, a real Black Dragon could not compare to him. Just like now, in the high-intensity battle, David used most of his attention. 137 soul avatars helped him comprehend the Black Dragon power. Under the pressure of battle, constantly using the Black Dragon power allowed him to comprehend the various uses of the Black Dragon power again and again. After the insectoid tide broke through David's defensive line, they turned around and surrounded David. The insectoid tide's attacks on the other 13 Temple Knights did not increase significantly, but their attacks on David had reached a crazy level. David wasn't as relaxed as he was at the beginning. After all, he was fighting by swinging his sword. He wasn't like his main body, who had thousands of tricks up his sleeves and could wipe out all the Zergs in an area. He sped up the speed of his sword. The Black Dragon power circulated in his body at a high frequency. As the battle became more and more intense, the Black Dragon power went from being deliberately used to automatically arriving at his will. In a short period of time, his control of the Black Dragon power had increased by a large margin. Chapter 1028. However, David no longer had the time to consider the problem of understanding the black dragon's power. He felt a strong pressure, and the madness of the insectoids forced him to squeeze out his potential. He realized that he had overestimated himself. David could not fully guide the black dragon's power out of his body to attack. This kind of energy should not appear in this world. Therefore, he could only attack in close range. This meant that he had to face the insectoids from all directions at the same time. When the number of insectoids was under control, he could still handle it with ease. However, when the insectoid tide came later, it would exceed David's slaughtering speed, and he would have to face even more insectoids. Fortunately, his strength had reached the legendary rank, and his black dragon's body made him almost immune to the insectoid's strange special abilities. Record all of General David's battle scenes. General Francis ordered the staff officer beside him in a deep voice. In fact, even if General Francis did not give the order, the staff officer would have recorded these precious scenes. General Francis did not know what the swordsmanship talent was, but he saw the limits of swordsmanship. Even if he did not understand swordsmanship, he knew that General David's swordsmanship had reached a new level. This was a great reference and guidance for all the Kaji and Transcendent who used swords as weapons. Moreover, the Federation could also study and organize this swordsmanship through General David's battle scenes and turn it into a swordsmanship that could be learned. In fact, General Francis was overthinking. David's swordsmanship talent was completely incomprehensible to the Kaji and Transcendent of the Interstellar Federation. Even the swordsmanship grandmasters of the Federation could not understand David's swordsmanship talent. This was like teaching advanced mathematics to elementary school students. There were too many gaps in knowledge. It was impossible to skip the sword knowledge that most sword grandmasters would not be able to master even after a few lifetimes just to learn the talent ability of the sword. Even in the great world of God, which specialized in the use of swords, the number of knights who had reached the level of the innate ability of swordsmanship was extremely rare. Every knight who had mastered the innate ability of swordsmanship was a peerless genius. Of course, it wasn't all for naught. Perhaps one day, the Interstellar Federation would have a genius swordsman. With David's image, the genius would know what direction to take. On David's LV5 light longsword, a faint golden light was flickering. In this kind of environment, this faint golden radiance wasn't discovered by the other temple knights. The main reason was that the light longsword of the 5th rank emitted a faint golden radiance. Under the cover of this faint golden radiance, no one would be able to discover it unless they used their mental perception. David's concentration was now almost 100%. He had spent a long time researching the power of the black dragon, but due to the heterogeneous energy in his body, it was very difficult for him to comprehend the power of the black dragon to the extreme. Now, this clone of his had the pure power of the black dragon. Because it was not affected by any other energy, it was easier for him to comprehend the power of the black dragon. All the previous bottlenecks were broken through one by one. As David's comprehension deepened, the power of the black dragon on the LV5 light longsword became more and more obvious. The power contained in his light longsword was also constantly increasing. This was not because he had increased his strength, but because his control over the power of the black dragon had increased, and the power had also increased automatically. It was just that David's innate swordsmanship ability made every strike a fatal blow and did not show any difference in his current battle. However, David himself could sense all this. He had a feeling that he was only one step away from the black dragon, Alexis's law of the black dragon's power. The black dragon Alexis gave David's clone an indefinite amount of time to comprehend the law of the black dragon's power. It depended on whether David's clone had enough time to cultivate the black dragon's hibernation. However, it would take at least 10 years, and even a few decades or 100 years was possible. And this was when the clone was at the legendary rank, which was the most suitable period for him to grasp the law. If he was any weaker, he would not be able to comprehend the law. If he was any stronger, the law would have already been solidified in his body. David did not understand how his clone, who did not intend to comprehend the law of the Black Dragon's power, would be the first to reach the bottleneck of the law of the Black Dragon's power. In fact, he was not the only one who did not expect this. Even the Black Dragon Alexis did not expect this to happen. As a Black Dragon, the Black Dragon had never encountered a battle like the one David's clone had encountered. It required David to go all out and continuously use the Black Dragon's power to break through his own potential. If a Black Dragon encountered a swarm of insects, a dragon's roar would be enough to wipe out all the insects within their spiritual range. How could they allow these insects to get close to them? Not to mention putting a Black Dragon into such a difficult battle. The Black Dragon race would never let a young Black Dragon, who had not even reached the law of the Black Dragon's power, endure such danger. In addition, the Black Dragon Alexis did not count the comprehension ability of all of David's soul clones into the comprehension of the law of the Black Dragon's power. The Black Dragon Alexis only saw the clones as a single entity. At most, 5 clones could share the comprehension. David flicked the level 5 light longsword in his hand. This attack would definitely not have been enough in the past, but now that the level 5 light longsword contained the power of the Black Dragon, it was enough to unleash a lethal force. A hole opened up in the head of the level 4 insect, revealing its brain that had been shattered by the power. The increase in strength allowed David to slaughter even faster. He could now barely keep up with the speed of the insects. This balance was extremely beneficial to David. At the most crucial moment of his comprehension of the law of the Black Dragon's power, the external environment provided him with the most suitable assistance. On the battlefield, the swarm of insects continued to surge. They stopped less than 10 kilometers away from the Federation's fleet and became the best targets for the Federation's warships. If the 100 Mastermind King bugs were not killed immediately, the Blade Mantis Emperor would definitely know the situation of the battle and order the insects to change their target. Unfortunately, the Blade Mantis Emperor was not in the great world of God. Only the Mastermind King bugs, which were of the spiritual type, had the ability to transmit information through the portal. Only the Mastermind King bugs could share the senses of the other insects in front of them. This allowed the Blade Mantis Emperor to keep abreast of the situation on the front lines. Even Admiral Francis did not expect that the 20 long-range missiles he fired back would have such an important effect on the direction of the battle. The tens of thousands of Federation's warships had already deployed their heavy laser cannons, defensive missiles, anti-air rapid-fire cannons, Gaussian cannons, and other weapons in order to give the swarm as much pressure as possible. As for the bombardment of the main cannons, there were fewer of them. This was mainly because the main cannons could only attack the flanks of the swarm. The powerful attacks from the center of the swarm might affect the allies. On Planet Defender, countless launchers were activated. Defensive missiles flew out one after another. The strategic resources that had been transported here for such a long time were no longer stingy. They were all thrown into the battlefield. The Bastion's attack points were almost everywhere. Amidst the roar of various weapons, the Bastion looked like it was wrapped in flames. Sometimes, even the Knight of the Great World of God had to admit the Interstellar Federation's space combat power. Most of the swarm was cleared out by the Federation. The Templar Knight only played a role in stopping the swarm. It was the Federal military that really dealt with the swarm. David didn't need to think to draw his sword. His swordsmanship talent was unleashed to the extreme. The swarm around him was killed one by one. In this state of near invincibility, he felt the barrier in front of him. Not enough pressure. David thought to himself. David was wearing the Grade 4 Transcendent armor. In terms of defense, it could barely block a full force attack from a level 4 swarm. At most, the Transcendent armor would be destroyed in a few hits. However, he used the gap in power and the strength of a legendary to easily dodge all the attacks. It was this ease that made David unable to break through the last barrier. He couldn't truly control the Black Dragon's power. Just as he was thinking, a level 4 swarm self-destructed before it died, releasing all the electricity in its body. Its body was surrounded by white electricity. This electricity didn't just affect the Templar Knight, it also affected the surrounding swarm. David wasn't affected by the electricity. With a difference of 2 realms, even the self-destruction of a level 4 swarm couldn't affect him. The paralyzing effect of the electricity was immune to his black dragon body. Although there was electricity flowing on the surface of his body, it couldn't invade his body. However, David felt something amiss amidst the electricity. Within the range of the swarm, the effect of his danger sense was reduced to the extreme. This had to do with the swarm being used by the swarm to hide the warning signs of danger. David didn't feel it because of his danger sense, but because of his familiarity with the lightning ability. Just as he felt that something was wrong, 2 level 5 lightning beetles appeared from the electricity around him and swung their sharp claws at him. Danger! Lord Ludwig, who was still some distance away from David, cried out in alarm. However, Lord Ludwig and the other 66 Knight were too far away. When they saw that David was in danger, they couldn't immediately come to his aid. They didn't expect the 2 rank 5 insectoids to attack David first. After all, Lord Ludwig and the others were at the first line of defense. Just now, they had been affected by the explosion of the rank 4 lightning insectoids, and the Knight Formation's bloodline power barrier had almost been destroyed. If the 2 level 5 swarm had attacked the Knight battle formation, there was a high chance that the Knight would have been injured. However, the 2 level 5 swarm chose to attack David, who was further away. This caught the Knight unprepared. David's cloned avatar's pupils contracted slightly. The 2 level 5 swarm were too fast. Lightning beetles were one of the fastest level 5 swarm insects. However, David had sensed that something was amiss and acted as a warning. Sensing the approaching claws of the 2 level 5 swarm, David wasn't confident that his black dragon body could completely block such an attack. Needless to say, the level 4 transcendent armor on his body was just a decoration. In front of the level 5 swarm, it wasn't even qualified to block. Although David's cloned avatar skin defense had barely reached level 5, it was still unable to withstand the full force attacks of 2 level 5 lightning beetles at close range. Regardless of whether it was the flashing lightning or the level 5 physical attacks, both would cause the cloned avatar serious damage. When danger came, the unprecedented pressure made the blood in his body flow faster. His mind was extremely focused. At this moment of life and death, the last barrier in front of the Black Dragon's power was broken through by a concentrated mind. His control of the Black Dragon's power reached another level. David swept the level 5 light longsword in his hand in front of him. This time, he didn't use his swordsmanship talent ability. The seemingly useless slash created a golden shadow in front of him. It was just like the afterimage of a level 5 light longsword. The 2 level 5 swarm probably thought the same. Their eyes flashed with cruelty and joy. Facing the fact that their genetic enemy was about to die in their hands, they were extremely excited. However, when their 4 insect claws came into contact with a golden shadow, the 2 level 5 swarm felt as if their claws had come into contact with a solid wall. In fact, no matter what kind of wall it was, the 2 level 5 swarm would break it in an instant. However, this golden shadow was 10,000 times stronger than a wall. This was the application of the Black Dragon's power law. David arranged a Black Dragon's power law in front of him along the level 5 light longsword, forming a Black Dragon's power law defense. This Black Dragon's power law defense was like a natural barrier to level 5 insectoids that hadn't mastered any laws. Taking advantage of the moment when the 2 rank 5 lightning beetles were stopped, David retracted his sword and thrust it forward. The light sword, which contained the power of the Black Dragon, easily broke open the carapace of one of the lightning beetles and pierced its heart. The other level 5 lightning beetle understood that it could not harm David. With a flash, it transformed into a bolt of lightning. Trying to escape? David shouted, thrusting out the Class 5 light longsword in his hand again. Generally speaking, it was impossible for such a physical attack to hit the lightning beetle, which was in its electric state. David himself also had a similar innate ability. His lightning body was able to nullify most attacks. He was 100% immune to physical attacks and could also nullify most of the energy attacks. However, David didn't use a pure physical attack. Instead, he used a law attack. The level 5 light longsword ignored the status of the lightning beetle and pierced through the lightning and into its head. Chapter 1029. Laws were the most mysterious power in any world. Laws were above all other types of special energy, or rather, they were a further manifestation of special energy. The power of the Black Dragon was the fundamental ability of the Black Dragon race, and the Black Dragon power law it produced was one of the most powerful laws. After David's clone grasped the power of the Black Dragon, it easily neutralized the sneak attack of the 2-level 5 lightning beetles and killed them. Although they had seen David kill level 5 insectoids from a distance, and even defeated Lord Ludwig in a duel, when they saw him kill 2 level 5 insectoids in 2 strikes, all of the night were shocked. What kind of power is this? Lord Ludwig asked in the middle of the night battle formation. Not a single knight could answer this question. Even many legendary knights had never heard of such a power, let alone the power of laws. The level 5 knight did not have the right to sense the power of laws and could not even understand the power of the Black Dragon. However, they knew in their hearts that General David must have a special ability, and that golden afterimage was a manifestation of that special ability. David's spirit swept past the 2-level 5 lightning beetles and stored their corpses in his space ring. Although the spoils of war on the battlefield belonged to the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation, and would be distributed according to the agreement after the battle, this did not include the level 5 insectoid corpses killed by the powerhouses on the front lines. The death of the 2-level 5 lightning beetles did not weaken the insectoid swarm. The insectoid swarm quickly filled the gap, and David was once again engaged in battle. However, at this time, David clearly felt that the battle was easier for him. After grasping the power of the Black Dragon, his speed was faster and his strength was stronger. He went from the beginner legendary rank to the intermediate legendary rank in an instant. There was already a gap in strength between him and the Bug Tribe and the Bug Horde. Now that the gap had widened, the Bug Tribe's movement became even slower in his eyes. Even if he did not use his sword skill talent, he could still kill any Bug Tribe easily. In the Federation Command Center, General Francis was so excited that his face was flushed red. He had seen General David kill 2 level 5 insectoids with his own eyes. General Francis, or rather everyone in the Federation, including the Transcendent, did not see the danger of the battle just now. The Federation's overall strength was too low, so it was normal that they could not understand a battle of this level. However, they could see that David had killed 2 level 5 insectoids with only 2 slashes. This meant that General David's long-range combat ability and close-range combat ability had reached or even exceeded level 5. Due to General Francis's order, almost all the military screens were broadcasting the scene of General David killing the 2 level 5 Zergs. From a strange appearance of the 2 level 5 insectoids to General David's sword strike, only a breath's worth of time had passed. However, in this breath's time, the Federation's individual close-range combat ability had been raised to an unprecedented level. Master Haywood, do you think you can learn General David's sword skill? General Francis looked at a Transcendent in the command center who had not had much of a presence all this time and asked. Master Haywood was a top Transcendent in the federal military. He was also a master swordsman. Due to the dangers of the Guardian Planet battlefield, he had been sent by the Federal High Command to protect General Francis. However, there were knights everywhere. Even a Sky Knight was not something Master Haywood could handle, let alone a Temple Knight. Therefore, Master Haywood had been keeping a low profile. When Master Haywood heard General Francis's question, he could not help but smile bitterly. General Francis, if my understanding of swordsmanship is like the light in this room, then General David's swordsmanship is like the stars in outer space. The gap between us is not something time can make up for. Master Haywood replied in a deep voice. Master Haywood's words are a little exaggerated, but the meaning is about the same. If I'm not wrong, General David's swordsmanship has surpassed the shackles of a grandmaster and reached an even higher realm. Chairman Gould added with a smile. Master Haywood only knew that General David's swordsmanship was extremely strong, so strong that he could not understand it. However, Chairman Gould knew exactly how strong General David's swordsmanship was. Chairman Gould did him a favor and explained. In fact, if General Francis asked General David, he would naturally know about this matter. So General David's swordsmanship is actually this strong. General Francis nodded and said he was not good at fighting, so he could only sigh in his heart about surpassing the Grandmaster standard. However, Master Haywood was different. When he looked at General David's figure on the screen, his eyes were filled with extreme admiration, as if he was looking at a god in his heart. In the Interstellar Federation, it was already extremely rare for swordsmanship to reach the Grandmaster standard. It was almost impossible for swordsmanship to reach the Grandmaster standard. Only a few of them were old and frail. This was normal. Ever since Kaji, very few people in the Interstellar Federation learned swordsmanship. This was because swordsmanship was especially weak against the Zerg. It was not as powerful as heavy weapons. Therefore, when most Kaji were building their foundation, they would learn to use heavy weapons like heavy axes and warhammers. Kaji even instinctively despised Kaji, who used long swords. When Kaji used long swords in battles against the Zerg, they were usually scouts. They would not become the main fighting force against Kaji. Kaji was best at killing Kaji. Longsword Kaji could achieve greater results with its speed advantage. This made most Kaji look down on Longsword Kaji. After becoming a transcendent, the top transcendent was influenced by the great world of God. After receiving the great world of God's quasi-transcendent longsword, which was a longsword with a pattern on it, the trend of learning longswords rose. However, there were still too few transcendent who could obtain a quasi-transcendent longsword. Most transcendent still used their own specialty weapons. In the Interstellar Federation, it was thanks to the huge population of the Interstellar Federation that a longsword grandmaster was born. Grandmaster Haywood thought to himself that when he returned, he would report the benefits of longswords to the Federal High Command. He had to make changes. With General David representing the longsword grandmaster, perhaps the entire Federation would have a change in mindset. At the space gate of the star field of chaos, 6 level 5 Zergs were guarding the area around the gate. At the same time, a large number of flying Zergs were sent in the direction of the Guardian planet, ready to intercept any long-range attacks. If the Interstellar Federation's military used long-range strategic missiles at this time, the effect would be greatly reduced. They would not even be able to get close to the space gate. 10 Overmind King bugs entered the great world of God from the Zerg world through the space gate. They were the first batch of Overmind King bugs to arrive. As soon as they arrived, they were sent to the great world of God by the Blade Mantis Emperor. As soon as the 10 Overmind King bugs entered the great world of God, they used the special soul network of the Zerg race to connect with the Zergs who were fighting in the front lines. When the Overmind King bug connected with the Zergs who were fighting, the first thing they felt was anger, extreme anger. It was anger towards their enemies, a hostility that came from the depths of their genes. The Overmind King bugs did not expect that they would complete the mission given to them by the Blade Mantis Emperor as soon as they arrived, which was to find a human with a specific aura. The Overmind King bugs could not believe that such an easy mission was possible. It must be known that 100 of their comrades had died because of this mission. They had come with the determination to die. So how could it be so easy? After repeatedly confirming and comparing the aura in their genes, the Overmind King bugs were finally convinced that their senses were not wrong. The Overmind King bugs immediately sent out spirit waves towards the space gate. The spirit waves passed through the space gate and entered the Zerg world. The Blade Mantis Emperor, who had been waiting for a long time, sensed the news from the Overmind King bugs. Excitement, anger, killing intent, and all sorts of complicated emotions surged in the Blade Mantis Emperor's heart. As a god-level Zerg, his most precious inheritance, Rune, had been stolen by a human. Not only did this deprive the Blade Mantis Emperor of his god-level status, but it also made the Blade Mantis Emperor a criminal of the Zerg race. Titan Golden Emperor, I have found the human. Please fulfill your promise. The Blade Mantis Emperor did not hesitate to contact the Titan Golden Emperor. The Blade Mantis Emperor did not want to lose news of David again. Although it had sent many Zergs to the great world of God, with the restrictions of the Space Gate, it was almost impossible to successfully invade the great world of God with just one Space Gate. The Space Gate that suddenly appeared was most valuable during the first attack. At that time, the human world was not prepared. As long as they occupied a planet, they could have a base in the human world. However, it was a pity that the Zergs didn't manage to seize the opportunity, or rather, the human world was too lucky. Due to Overlord Arthur's intervention, not only did they crush the Zerg's invasion on Tula Star, but they also rescued the Guardian Planet. Now, the 5 Great World of God were all paying attention to the chaotic star system. They had even joined forces with the space fleet of the Interstellar Federation. If it were not for the loss of the Inheritance Rune, the Blade Mantis Emperor would not have sent his main forces to participate in the war. He would only send some useless and weak Zergs to use the vast space of the chaotic star system to plant the seeds of the Zerg race. With the tenacious vitality of the Zergs, after millions of years, as long as they were not completely destroyed, they would one day slowly eat away at the human world's living space. Just like the war zone of the Interstellar Federation, there were Zergs on every planet in the war zone. However, the closer the planet was to the battle planet, the more Zergs there were, and the stronger their combat power. Planets far away from the battle planet had fewer Zergs and weaker combat power. Regardless, the Federation could not completely destroy the Zergs. Now, the Blade Mantis Emperor was constantly sending out his main forces to harass David. This time, he had sent a large number of his main forces to attack the Guardian Planet. This was to delay David and give the Titan Golden Emperor a chance to capture David. You break the Space Gate. I'm coming. The Titan Golden Armored Emperor was already prepared. It also wanted to have a god-tier subordinate, so it replied. The Blade Mantis Emperor felt a little heartache as he used the divine power in his body. After losing the Inheritance Rune, the source of his divine power was also gone. Every bit of divine power in his body was extremely precious. However, if he wanted the Titan Golden Emperor to reach the portal as quickly as possible, the Blade Mantis Emperor would have to break the Space Gate and create a gap in space. Divine power surged on the Blade Mantis Emperor's blade arm. The dark gold blade swept across the space before the Blade Mantis Emperor, forcibly creating a gap in space. From afar, the Titan Golden Emperor sensed the gap. Its huge body suddenly flashed with a dark gold light. The dark gold light wrapped around its body. It charged forward and forcefully broke the space in front of it. Using the special soul network connection of the Blade Mantis Emperor, the 2 gaps in space were on the same frequency. After the Titan Golden Emperor crashed into the gap in space, its body rushed out of the gap created by the Blade Mantis Emperor. The god-tier insectoid's use of divine power was extremely crude and crude. Perhaps this was because the Inheritance Rune had replaced the god-tier insectoid's cultivation, causing them to miss out on the process of understanding divine power. Or perhaps it was because divine power was too easy to obtain and they didn't feel that it was precious. If they could obtain the same effect through crude methods, the god-tier insectoids wouldn't study the detailed usage of divine power. It didn't matter if they wasted some divine power. Therefore, the god-class insectoids usually relied on their own special abilities to fight. At most, they used their godly power to push their special abilities to make them stronger. They were not like the gods of the god-class macro worlds, who developed all kinds of godly spells. Of course, this didn't mean that the god-tier insectoids weren't strong. On the contrary, their divine power was almost limitless, so their divine bodies were far stronger than ordinary gods. In addition, The insectoid's natural fighting ability was much stronger than that of humans. The insectoids had an absolute advantage in close combat. This was why the Titan Golden Emperor agreed to let the Blade Mantis Emperor go to the great world of God. As long as he wasn't surrounded, the Titan Golden Emperor was confident that he could escape unscathed. Blade Mantis Emperor, you have at most 12 years before you drop out of the God tier, the Titan Golden Emperor couldn't help but say when he saw the Blade Mantis Emperor. The Blade Mantis Emperor wanted to say that if he hadn't used his divine power to summon the Titan Golden Emperor, he could have held on for more than 20 years. However, at this time, he was begging the Titan Golden Emperor. The Blade Mantis Emperor didn't want to make the Titan Golden Emperor angry because of his words. Lord Titan Golden Emperor, please help me. The Blade Mantis Emperor lowered his head and said. The Titan Golden Emperor felt comfortable all over. He was very satisfied with the Blade Mantis Emperor being called a lord by someone of the same level. What a good subordinate. Chapter 10:30. Are you ready? The Titan Golden Emperor asked, suppressing the joy in his heart. I've been ready for a long time, the Blade Mantis Emperor said, suppressing the sullenness in his heart. A sonic boom iron beetle walked out from his side. This sonic boom iron beetle was much larger than an ordinary sonic boom iron beetle. This was a sonic iron beetle king. However, this sonic iron beetle king could barely be considered a level 5 insectoid. Open the space in your abdomen. The Blade Mantis Emperor was very respectful when facing the Titan Gold-Armored Emperor, but when facing the Sonic Iron Beetle King, it used a commanding tone. The Sonic Iron Beetle King didn't dare hesitate. It opened the space in its abdomen and extended its energy to the Blade Mantis Emperor. Titan Golden Emperor, it's done, the Blade Mantis Emperor said to the Titan Golden Emperor. The Titan Gold-Armored Emperor looked at the Sonic Steel Beetle King with satisfaction. If one wanted to sneak into another world, especially when the space gate was restricted by the power of law, one would have to pay a certain price to do so. The Titan Golden Emperor took the initiative to come into contact with the Sonic Iron Beetle King's energy. The Titan Golden Emperor's huge body disappeared in an instant. After the Titan Golden Emperor entered its abdomen, the Sonic Iron Beetle King's carapace started to tremble. The Blade Mantis Emperor used the side of its blade-like arm to hit the Sonic Iron Beetle King's body, pushing it towards the space gate. In fact, when the Titan Golden Armored Emperor entered the Sonic Iron Beetle King's belly, it had already exceeded the Sonic Iron Beetle King's limit. Even if it was the king of the dimensional explosive iron beetles, its internal space could only withstand level 5 insectoids at most. Exceeding this limit would bring about a devastating disaster to its internal space. However, the destruction of the internal space required process, and this process would take 2 seconds. The Titan Golden Emperor was using these 2 seconds. The Sonic Steel Beetle King was pushed into the space door. The power of the rules of the space door detected an energy that exceeded the rules in the space inside its stomach, and it immediately activated the rules to destroy it. When the body of the Sonic Iron Beetle King was halfway through the portal, its body began to crumble, and the space in its stomach became even more unstable. With a boom, the internal space completely exploded, and the terrifying spatial energy destroyed everything in the surroundings. At this time, the remnants of the Sonic Steel Beetle King's body had also passed through the portal, and the destructive spatial energy had completely annihilated its body. A huge figure appeared out of thin air. It was the Titan Golden Emperor. The Titan Golden Emperor wasn't affected by the explosion of spatial energy. This amount of power wasn't enough to threaten its body. At the cost of a Sonic Steel Beetle King, the Titan Golden Emperor had successfully sneaked into the great world of God. The Titan Golden Emperor felt the suppression of the rules of the great world of God. It shook its body uncomfortably, and then it used its connection with the Mastermind King Bug to confirm the direction. A dark golden light rose from the Titan Golden Emperor's body, and it rushed forward. The space was torn apart, and its body disappeared on the spot. Of course, due to the suppression of the rules of the world, the Titan Golden Emperor forcefully used its godly power to break through space. and it only managed to move forward 1% of the total distance. However, this was already terrifying enough. One had to know that this distance was extremely far. If it was on any other planet, the Titan Golden Emperor could move to any location at any time. Dang, dang, dang. The bells of the 5 shrines on Tula rang at the same time, and then all the shrines throughout the great world of God sounded the alarm. Bishop Bolin activated the power in his body and let out a roar. War of Gods. War of Gods. Bishop McKinley, Bishop Evans, Bishop Dominic, and Bishop Bolivar all roared. Unforgivable. Those who blaspheme against our Lord must die. Then came the cries of the clerics. All the clerics in the great world of God went crazy. They felt the anger of the gods they believed in, and it was a great insult. No matter the reason, the evil existence had forced its way into the great world of God. This was a provocation to the gods they believed in. Bishop Bolin and the other 4 shrines received authorization from the 5 archbishops to use any means necessary to start the War of Gods. Bishop McKinley looked at the other 4 and announced his decision in a low voice. Take out the divine artifacts and order the oracles to follow. We are going to the guardian planets. Let's go together and fight for God. Whether it was the wise Bishop Bolivar or the calm Bishop Evans, they both responded loudly. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple and the other 4 oracles had also arrived at the Golden Tent. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple was filled with rare anger. She couldn't wait to fight. 5 boxes covered in divine runes were taken out and held by the 5 bishops. They led the 5 oracles to the guardian planets through the portal. When the Titan Golden Emperor entered the great world of God, a blinding red light flashed on the Federation's command screen, and an ear-piercing alarm sounded. Activate Red Alert. Activate Doomsday Mode. Admiral Francis gave the order in a hoarse voice. Despite his rich experience on the battlefield, Admiral Francis still lost his composure. However, he still remembered how to deal with it. Activate Red Alert. Activate Doomsday Mode. Almost all the soldiers in the command center stood up and frantically gave orders to their communicators. Admiral Francis, what's going on? Chairman Gould was shocked. Seeing the situation in the command center, he naturally knew that something big had happened, so he hurriedly asked. There's a divine energy reaction coming from the direction of the galaxy of chaos. It's coming from the portal. It's currently approaching the guardian planet. Admiral Francis' eyes were red as he answered in a deep voice. The Interstellar Federation's scanning device might not be able to detect a level 5 life form in a distant galaxy, but the terrifying energy reaction of a god-tier life form would be detected. In the federal military's scanning device, there was a built-in program to scan for god-tier energy. The Federation had paid a heavy price to obtain this program. As long as a god-tier life form was in the same galaxy as the scanning device, it would be detected immediately. Red Alert was the federal military's highest alert level. After the Red Alert was issued, regardless of whether they were combat units or not, they had to participate in the battle. Even if they couldn't hurt the Zerg with their energy weapons, they had to use their bodies to block the Zerg. All of this was to buy time for the activation of Doomsday Mode. Please wait a moment. I'll contact the shrines. The shrines will take care of it. Although President Gould was shocked, he had seen gods before. He quickly calmed down and said in a deep voice, this was the great world of God. No matter what, it was not the Interstellar Federation's turn to help attack a god-tier life form. Any god that dared to appear in the great world of God was a provocation to the great world of God. It was blasphemy to the 5 gods. The shrines would definitely not let this happen, and the 5 gods would not tolerate the invasion of a yes god. President Gould took out the communication circle. After 10 seconds, he put away. Admiral Francis, the shrines are ready. They'll be here soon. We'll deal with the god-tier life form. President Gould waved his hand and said, I'm sorry, President Gould. Doomsday Mode must be activated. I can't put the lives of millions of my men in the hands of others. Admiral Francis said in a deep voice. President Gould did not understand what Doomsday Mode was, but he knew that the Federation had a way to deal with gods. This Doomsday Mode was most likely this method. You can prepare. If the shrines can't stop it, You can take action at any time. President Gould did not try to persuade him. He only requested, "Okay, we'll prepare everything. I just hope we don't have to use it." Admiral Francis said bitterly. Once Doomsday Mode was activated, the Federation military's losses would be huge. Preparing well could minimize the losses. "I'll need to inform the Knights." President Gould nodded and said, "I'll also need to inform General David." Admiral Francis said. The Knights in the battle all paused. Many Knights were hit by the insectoids. Fortunately, the defense of the rank 5 Knights' armor was thick enough, so they were not hurt. David also received the notification from Admiral Francis. He was just wondering why the red alert was triggered. It should be known that the red alert would only be activated when there was a need to fight for their lives. The current situation was extremely good. The insectoid horde was being wiped out in large numbers. A god-tier life form. David's heart sank. His first thought was that the god-tier life form was coming for him. It was not that David was arrogant. He knew very well how powerful the Emperor Inheritance Rune was. The insectoids would never allow such a treasure to fall into his hands. As long as the body was strong enough, the Emperor Inheritance Rune could turn a normal person into a legendary in a short time. Of course, the prerequisite was to go to the insectoid world. The most terrifying thing was that the Emperor Inheritance Rune could generate godly power. This meant that the Emperor Inheritance Rune could be used all the way to the god tier. It was still very useful. Previously, David had encountered the insectoids, sending the Assassin Mantis King to assassinate him. In his opinion, this was probably the strongest response that the insectoids could make. However, reality told David that he was wrong. The insectoids really did send someone stronger than the Assassin Mantis King, and it was a god-tier life form. A god-tier life form that had the ability to break into the great world of God. David did not have the slightest intention of underestimating the enemy. He did not have the right to do so. If David's original body was here, he could fight the enemy. However, with the Black Dragon Alexis around, it would not be easy for the god-tier insectoid to kill him. Escape. David had an idea. However, when he looked at the insectoid horde in front of him and the Federation's defensive line behind him, he gave up on the idea. He was not a saint, but this was not his original body either. Although this clone was very important, he did not want the Federation to lose this huge army just for this clone. Fellow Knights of the Holy Cathedral, it's an honor to fight alongside you, David said to all the Knights of the Holy Cathedral. His voice was transmitted through the Black Dragon's power into the ears of all the Knights of the Holy Cathedral. It was also transmitted to the Federation's command center through his identity bracelet. Behind me is the Federation's army. The god-tier insectoids are approaching. I can't let them get close to the Federation's army. David continued. After saying that, he no longer held back the Class 5 longsword in his hand. The terrifying power of the Black Dragon spread out along with the Class 5 longsword, and the insectoids several hundred meters in front of him were all shredded into pieces. At this point, David did not plan to hold back anymore. He knew the great world of God very well. He knew that if he delayed for a while, the shrines would come to kill the god. This was his only chance to survive. David did not want to be so close to the Federation's army. Any attack from the god-tier insectoid here would affect the Federation's army behind him. As for whether he could attract the attention of the god-tier insectoid, David was 100% sure that there was nothing else on the Guardian planet that could attract the attention of a god-tier insectoid. General David, don't be rash. General Francis shouted through his identity bracelet. David did not respond. With his speed and full combat power, he went against the flow of the insectoid horde and killed his way towards the insectoid horde. In front of him, not a single insectoid could stop him. The power of the Black Dragon's power turned into a terrifying energy that could kill everything in its path. There was even a level 5 insectoid that was killed by the power of the Black Dragon's power as soon as it appeared. This level 5 insectoid did not even have time to use its innate ability. The Temple Knight was also persuading, but after seeing General David's strength, they all took a deep breath. How can General David be so powerful? Lord, Ludwig murmured. It was not until this time that Lord Ludwig realized how big the gap between him and General David was. It was so big that he did not have any thoughts of fighting against him. This was a rare emotion for a temple knight. "This is a true hero," Lord Darrell said in a deep voice. "A powerhouse who died alone for tens of millions of comrades. In the eyes of these temple knights, was a heroic act. It was the virtue that a knight should have the most. In Lord Darrell's view, General David's move was an act of suicide. How could General David stop a god-tier insectoid? No matter how powerful General David was, he would not have any power to fight back in the face of a god-tier insectoid. Federation warlord. In countless warships, the Federation soldiers who saw this scene could not help but shout. In the eyes of the Federation soldiers here, General David, who took the initiative to meet the god tier, could be called a god. The Federation people did not believe in gods, but at this moment, at least these tens of millions of Federation soldiers had a god in their hearts. Chapter 10:31. David controlled the clone avatar while mobilizing his main body. He brought the Black Dragon Alexis and the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit to the planet-level portal of Gammy. At this time, the clone avatar had sensed the terrifying aura ahead, and the clone avatar was 500 kilometers away from the fleet. David knew very well that with the strength of his clone avatar, he could not fight against the Zerg clan deity. After sensing the aura of the Zerg clan deity ahead, he immediately moved sideways. The insect tide also followed his movement and surrounded him in the opposite direction. David did not hide his strength. All the insectoids within a few hundred meters of him were killed by the power of the black dragon that he emitted. The movement of the insect tide did not affect his speed. He wanted to keep the Titan Golden Emperor away from the Federation army through his actions. The Titan Golden Emperor did not care about the great world of God's Temple Knight and the Interstellar Federation's fleet. Its only target was David. When the target seemed to want to escape, the Titan Golden Emperor also chased after it. Strange, the insect tide changed direction. Lord Ludwig felt the pressure lighten and said in surprise. He found that as General David went against the flow and attacked the insect tide, the density of the insect tide decreased significantly. For the first time, Lord Ludwig and the rest of the Temple Knight found that the Zergs around them were cleared, and the insect tide did not continue to come. "What should we do?" Lord Darrell glanced in the direction of General David and asked in a deep voice. "All Temple Knight, retreat immediately and wait for the shrine's reinforcements." Speaker Gould's order was also conveyed at the same time as Lord Darrell asked the question. Speaker Gould could not sit back and watch so many Temple Knights come into contact with the Zerg clan deity. These Temple Knights were the absolute core combat power of the great world of God. Once they were lost, it would cause great chaos in the great world of God. Besides, Speaker Gould also believed in the shrines. The shrines were on their way. It was Speaker Gould's order that slowed down the movement of David's main body that was about to use the planet-level portal. At present, David's main body was not suitable to meet the main force of the shrines. He was not worried about the level 5 shrines, but he was worried about encountering a god's descent and being discovered by the gods. With the Zerg clan deity here, Soren believed that the reinforcements sent by the shrines would definitely be oracles who would use God's descent to summon the gods. It wasn't that David was already at the pinnacle of the legendary rank. It was that he had the blood of the black dragon flowing in his veins and cultivated the emperor-level inheritance rune. That was enough for the gods of the great world of gods to view him as a heretic. David's main body did not come over immediately, but on the battlefield, the clone was in big trouble. The huge body of Titan Golden Emperor, which was 300 meters tall, squeezed out of the space and appeared less than 100 meters away from the clone. David didn't even think about it. He activated more than a dozen space talismans in succession and triggered the space dash in them, pulling the distance between him and Titan Golden Emperor to more than 1,000 meters. It wasn't the first time he met a deity. At his age, in the short 2 years since he came to the great world of God, he had met many deities. From the plague god Gladstone, to the black dragon Alexis, to the avatar of death, and finally the blade mantis emperor. The deities that other champions had never met in their entire lives seemed to have a special affinity with David. But there had never been a deity that gave him as much pressure as the Titan Golden Emperor in front of him. Although the black dragon Alexis was very powerful, its power was not directed at David. David didn't feel much of the terror of the black dragon Alexis. As for the plague god Gladstone, it was just a dying deity with a little bit of power left. The Titan Golden Emperor was currently fighting against the great world of God. It was madly stimulating the divine power in its body, which made the Titan Golden Emperor even more powerful. The Titan Golden Emperor saw David with its own eyes, and a trace of doubt flashed in its eyes. First of all, David's strength was only at the legendary stage. To be honest, the Titan Golden Emperor couldn't understand how the Blade Mantis Emperor had his imperial inheritance pattern stolen by David. Secondly, and most importantly, the Titan Golden Emperor didn't sense the imperial inheritance pattern in David's body. Could it be that the Blade Mantis Emperor made a mistake? The Titan Golden Emperor wondered. However, everything could be figured out as long as David was captured. It was just that the Titan Gold-Armored Emperor had been attacking heavily from the beginning. Now, it was preparing to leave a bit of life force for David so that it could interrogate him. David didn't think that he was safe just because he was 1,000 meters away. His main body, including 137 soul clones, constantly sensed danger through the souls of his clones. The extreme sense of danger made his black dragon power surge wildly. The surging black dragon power pushed his black dragon body, and he wanted to speed up and escape. Ants trying to escape? What a joke. The seemingly casual slap of the Titan Golden Emperor did not affect the performance of the Titan Golden Emperor at all. The force of the slap crossed the distance of 1,000 meters and slammed heavily on David's body. David could only feel that half of his bones were shattered in an instant. His body was like a defenseless rock as he flew to the side. The Titan Golden Emperor was very careful with his attack. He only wanted to injure David severely and make sure that he wouldn't be in an extreme state of death. Just as the Titan Golden Emperor was about to catch David, he paused and looked in the direction of the Guardian Planet. In the direction of the Guardian Planet, a huge shadow appeared above the planet. The shadow was wearing ancient armor and holding a huge battle axe. It was the appearance of the god of war. The reinforcements of his shrines had arrived. Among them, the Knight of the Annabelle Temple was the first to discover the existence of the Titan Golden Emperor in space. Therefore, she didn't tell the others and directly used God's descent. Perhaps the god of war understood the reason for this god's descent, so the strength of this god's descent was much stronger than any of the previous ones. Worm, how dare you enter the great world of God? I'll beat you to a pulp. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple looked in the direction of the Titan Golden Emperor in space. At the same time, the huge shadow of the god of war also looked in the direction of the Titan Golden Emperor. A thunderous voice exploded on the Guardian Planet. The space that couldn't transmit sound couldn't stop the fury of the god of war. With a strong battle intent, the voice of the god of war flew towards the Titan Golden Emperor. The body of the Knight of the Annabelle Temple shone with a dark golden light. There was no trace of her usual posture. She waved her hand, and the box in Bishop McKinley's hand suddenly opened. The golden battle axe inside flew into her hand. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple took a step forward and disappeared from the Guardian Planet. When she reappeared, she was standing in front of the Titan Golden Emperor. David took this opportunity, and a bottle of undying life force appeared in his abdomen. It frantically repaired his body. The shattered bones reconnected, and the tattered flesh and skin healed faster than the bones. In just a breath's time, there were no more injuries on the surface. The only visible injury on his body was his transcendent armor. This transcendent armor, which was considered the top tier in the Interstellar Federation, was now completely useless. The internal energy of the transcendent armor was completely destroyed. Only a small part of the outer shell was attached to his body. The rest was hanging on like broken pieces. David didn't pay attention to his injuries at this time. His eyes were fixed on the battle between the Knight of the Annabelle Temple and the Titan Golden Emperor. As soon as the Knight of the Annabelle Temple appeared, she didn't care about the huge difference in body proportions. She jumped up and slashed down with the divine golden battle axe in her hand. As the divine artifact golden battle axe chopped down, an enormous golden battle axe phantom chopped down towards the 300-meter-long body of the Titan Golden Armored Emperor. The Titan Golden Emperor didn't dodge. Instead, it punched the Knight of the Annabelle Temple. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple was very agile. The Titan Golden Emperor attack was so fast that David couldn't see it clearly with his eyes. However, this didn't stop the Knight of the Annabelle Temple from dodging the Titan Golden Emperor attack. However, the Knight of the Annabelle Temple was also shocked. The attack of the Golden Battle Axe had accurately hit the body of the Titan Golden Emperor. This Golden Battle Axe was not an ordinary divine weapon. It was the personal weapon of the god of war, and it had always been placed in the shrines of war for worshippers to worship. It had absorbed the devout faith of the worshippers for a long time, so the attack power of the Golden Battle Axe was far beyond that of an ordinary divine weapon. Although the god of war only controlled the divine Golden Battle Axe through God's descent and didn't achieve the maximum attack power of the divine Golden Battle Axe, it shouldn't have left a scratch on the Titan Golden Emperor's shell. What a strong defense! The Knight of the Annabelle Temple said in a low voice. Her words were received by the Titan Golden Emperor through her mind. Although they didn't speak the same language, the Titan Golden Emperor could still understand the meaning of her words. Human deity, fight me. The Titan Golden Emperor was also interested. It was extremely warlike, and it was very excited to meet a god like the god of war who could fight in close combat. Fight! 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 The Knight of the Annabelle Temple shouted as she answered the Titan Golden Emperor with actions. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple raised the divine golden battle axe in her hand, and the distant shrines of war were connected by a golden light. Then the golden light passed through the distance and space and connected with the divine golden battle axe. The dazzling golden light was almost tangible, and it made the divine golden battle axe feel dangerous. David on the side quietly and carefully shrunk his body, trying to keep the surface area of his body as small as possible so that he wouldn't be affected by the upcoming battle. The insectide was not like David. It was originally attracted by David, and David used the space talisman to increase the distance between them. At this time, the insectide continued to swarm over. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple ignored the insects. Her only target was the Titan Golden Emperor. The Titan Golden Emperor was also going all out. The god of war on the other side couldn't use all of his power due to God's descent, and the Titan Golden Emperor could only use part of his power due to the restrictions of the great world of God. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple raised the divine golden battle axe and slashed down heavily. This time, the divine golden battle axe was no longer a shadow, but a huge golden battle axe that looked like a real object. After the Knight of the Annabelle Temple slashed down with the axe, her body disappeared, and a dark golden claw pierced through her body. The Titan Golden Emperor still used his own golden insect shell to take the attack of the Knight of the Annabelle Temple. The attack of the divine golden battle axe, which had been enhanced with power, was still useless. Of course, the divine weapon golden battle axe was not completely useless. At the very least, after the axe had no effect on the Titan Gold Armored Emperor's carapace, the golden energy that spread out formed a circle of energy waves in space. The energy waves swept through the insect tide, and it was as if the insect tide was frozen. Then, the entire area turned into a green sea of blood. The bodies of all the insectoids in this area were completely pulverized and mixed with the green insectoid blood. David happened to be behind the Knight of the Annabelle Temple, so he wasn't affected by the golden energy waves. He saw that the god of war had used the hands of the Knight of the Annabelle Temple to show off his terrifying power. This was beyond his expectations. David was a witness to the first two investitures of the Annabelle Temple Knight of the Annabelle Temple. David thought he saw the power of the god of war, But this time, the power of the god of war was so strong that David couldn't help but reevaluate the power of the god of war. Doomsday Mode Recharge. Admiral Francis, who was on the Guardian planet, gritted his teeth and ordered in a deep voice as he watched the terrifying battle in space through the scanning device. Speaker Gould was next to him. He couldn't help but look at Admiral Francis, but he didn't say anything. He believed that Admiral Francis knew what he was doing. Doomsday Mode Recharge. The order was sent out one by one. On the 8 aircraft carriers, a perfect grade Krypton was inserted into a special engine room. A large number of top-grade Krypton were also injected into the engine room through another port. 8 perfect-grade Krypton were used at once. This alone was enough to make the federal military suffer heavy losses. Every perfect-grade Krypton required a huge price to pay. Each perfect-grade Krypton took the Federation more than 20 years. This attack meant that the Interstellar Federation's 100 years of stockpile was used up, not to mention the huge amount of top-grade Krypton. The special alloy engine started to work. In an instant, the engine turned red due to the excessive energy inside. However, the alloy was extremely stable and wouldn't cause any problems in a short period of time. Chapter 1032. The energy in the special alloy engine was channeled into an extremely complicated energy conversion system. At the same time, the largest main cannon in the aircraft carrier was raised. The Interstellar Federation's actions did not attract the attention of the two parties in space. The battle between the Titan Golden Emperor and the Knight of the Annabelle Temple had caused the insect swarm to suffer heavy losses. The two sides were not evenly matched. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple was using her agility to harass the Titan Golden Emperor. The reason it was harass was because the Knight of the Annabelle Temple could not break through the Titan Golden Emperor's defense. The God of War knew that if there was a divine body or an official shrines here, the God of War could try to break through the Titan Golden Emperor's defense. But now, with the strength of the Knight of the Annabelle Temple, the most she could do was wear down the Titan Golden Emperor's defense. The Titan Golden Emperor and the Knight of the Annabelle Temple continued to clash in space, but they could not hurt each other. The Titan Golden Emperor was getting impatient. Just as it was about to activate its talent ability, for shadows rose from the Guardian planet. The four angels used God's descent at the same time and took the divine artifacts from the hands of Bishop Bolin, Bishop Evans, Bishop Dominic, and Bishop Bolivar. If it was one-on-one, or even one-on-two, the Titan Golden Emperor was confident that it could fight the other gods with its defense alone. But now that 5 gods had appeared, as long as the Titan Golden Emperor had a shred of rationality, it would not stay. The Titan Golden Emperor looked in the direction of David and realized that the cunning David had used the battle to move closer to the Guardian planet. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple was between David and the Titan Golden Emperor. If the Titan Golden Emperor chased after David, it would be surrounded by the 5 gods. A wave of annoyance rose in the Titan gold-armored Emperor's heart. From the very beginning, it had never taken David seriously. Come to think of it, an existence that could be killed with a casual strike. If it was not for the Blade Mantis Emperor's request, how could the Titan gold-armored Emperor pay attention to it? Especially when the Titan golden-armored Emperor smacked David the moment they met. In its opinion, that smack was enough to disable David's ability to move. It should be known that a god's attack on the weak could be extremely accurate. He could almost guarantee the degree of injury to the weak with 100% accuracy. In addition, a god's attack was not something that could be cured by ordinary healing potions. The Titan Golden Emperor glared at David. Although it was unwilling, there was nothing it could do. The 4 God-sent ones first broke through space from the Guardian planet and appeared in space. Then, they broke through space several times and continued to approach. The Titan Golden Emperor saw that the opportunity was gone and immediately made a decision. Just as it was about to say a few words to the Knight of the Annabelle Temple, the 8 aircraft carriers in space reacted. The main cannon that occupied half the size of the aircraft carrier was the least used main cannon. The crew on the aircraft carrier had never seen the main cannon officially fire in their lives. However, the firing of the main cannon had never stopped. A series of operations had to be completed within a set time. The operating requirements were stricter than the other weapons. Today, the crew on the aircraft carrier and the many soldiers in the great world of God would witness the launch of the Interstellar Federation's most powerful doomsday weapon. The reason why the doomsday weapon was called Doomsday was related to the history of the Interstellar Federation. A long time ago, the gods invaded the Interstellar Federation. The terrifying gods could destroy almost everything in sight. All weapons were no threat to the gods' bodies. In order for the Interstellar Federation to survive, the researchers had to develop an ultimate weapon in a few short months. Because they only considered the power of the weapon and ignored everything else, the researchers developed the ultimate space weapon under infinite pressure. This ultimate space weapon successfully killed the first god to invade the Interstellar Federation. In order to let the people of the Federation remember this history and to warn everyone that once this ultimate space weapon was used, it would mean the end of the world. This ultimate space weapon was named Doomsday. The researchers had saved the Galactic Federation, and this had greatly elevated the status of the researchers. This was why the researchers of the Federation had so many extraordinary privileges. In the barrel of the aircraft carrier's main cannon, the energy was in a state of collapse. This was a state of extreme instability. With the technology of the Interstellar Federation, it was still beyond their ability to control such a powerful energy. If it wasn't for the complicated force field in the main cannon, the doomsday energy in the main cannon wouldn't have been used to attack the enemy. It would have directly destroyed the aircraft carrier. Attack! General Francis's eyes flashed coldly. He said as he pressed on the command screen. The main cannons on the 8 aircraft carriers flashed together. The entire airspace where the Federation fleet was located was shrouded in light. Then 8 thick energy beams shot out. After the energy beams left the main cannon of the aircraft carrier showed many signs of damage. Without a major repair, it couldn't be used again. This was only one part. The most damaged part was the engine compartment. After the energy left the engine, it couldn't hold on anymore. The entire engine compartment collapsed. This was another meaning of the doomsday weapon. After using it once, the weapon system was equivalent to being scrapped. The doomsday weapon system that cost an astronomical amount of money was actually a one-time consumable weapon. The 8 energy beams gathered in the air and turned into a colorless energy beam. It wasn't really colorless. It was just that the energy was so powerful that even light was affected. It couldn't form an effective color feedback. The colorless energy beam shot towards the golden-armored Titan Emperor. Space lost its meaning in front of the colorless energy. The moment the golden-armored Titan Emperor sensed danger, the colorless energy beam hit its divine body. Boom! The energy beam exploded on the Titan Golden Emperor's body. The 300-meter-long Titan Golden Emperor turned its body at the last moment and let the attack hit its side. The defense of the Titan Golden Emperor's golden armor was reduced by more than half. More importantly, the colorless energy beam caused great damage to the Titan Golden Emperor's divine body. The most terrifying thing about this colorless energy was that after it hit its target, it would create an area of effect that covered a small area. No matter how strong the defense of the Titan Golden Emperor's carapace was, it couldn't stop the colorless energy beam from destroying its divine body. Squeak! The Titan Golden Emperor let out a cry of extreme pain. Then, its body suddenly fled towards the galaxy of chaos. Don't run. The Temple Knight Annabella wanted to stop the Titan Gold-Armored Emperor from escaping. But as soon as she waved her golden battle axe, she found that the Titan Gold-Armored Emperor had activated some kind of escape energy, and its speed was even faster than her golden battle axe. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple watched the Titan Golden Emperor disappear into the distance. She felt it was a pity that she didn't chase after it. The god of war used God's descent, and it wouldn't last long. With the Titan Golden Emperor's speed, even if the Knight of the Annabelle Temple caught up to it, the god's descent would be over soon. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple complained to the 4 gods' descent. Why did you all make a move so early? I almost killed this bug. The god of knowledge's descent smiled and said, if we didn't make a move now, you would have lost face in front of the Interstellar Federation and so many nights. The god of knowledge was telling the truth. If it weren't for the fact that the god of war might be at a disadvantage, the four gods wouldn't have made a god's descent immediately. The oracles of the four gods weren't as good as the oracles of the god of war. The amount of divine power they could bear was limited. After God's descent, their combat power was far inferior to the god of wars. The main purpose of the four gods' descent was to scare away the Titan Golden Emperor. Their goal was achieved. Because of their appearance, the Titan Golden Emperor didn't intend to continue fighting. But the intervention of the Interstellar Federation surprised the five gods. The terrifying killing weapon in the legends really did exist. One had to know that legends were legends because very few people had seen them, or even none of them had ever seen them. For example, the Interstellar Federation's successful killing was publicized by the Interstellar Federation. The supporting evidence was that the gods who entered the Interstellar Federation had completely disappeared. The Federation's weapon that could kill gods became a legend, and the gods didn't dare to act rashly. But this threat wasn't very strong. If it weren't for the strong, repulsive force of the Interstellar Federation, the gods might have re-entered the Interstellar Federation long ago. The reason why General Francis was willing to pay such a huge price in exchange for a chance to use the Doomsday weapon was to show the gods the strength of the Federation. It was obvious that this demonstration of strength was very successful. The Titan Golden Emperor, which even the god of war couldn't defeat, was seriously injured by the Doomsday weapon of the Federation and escaped. This was a demonstration of the strength of the Federation to the five gods, and the five gods owed them a favor. Although the five gods didn't have much contact with the secular world, the impact of this would be long-lasting. The Doomsday weapon of the Interstellar Federation is so powerful, the Knight of the Annabelle Temple said in a low voice. If my god's body were to take a hit here, I would be seriously injured. Not to mention that in the world of the Federation, where the rules of the world are suppressed, if I were to be hit by the Doomsday weapon, I would almost certainly die. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple had the most right to speak. She knew how strong the defense of the Titan Golden Emperor's golden armor was. The divine golden battle axe, which used a lot of divine power, couldn't hurt the Titan Golden Emperor at all. The stronger the Titan Golden Emperor's golden armor was, the more terrifying the Doomsday weapon of the Interstellar Federation was. After this, the great world of God needed to adjust its attitude toward the Interstellar Federation and strengthen the cooperation between the two worlds. The god of knowledge looked at David and said to the other gods with a smile, "The little guy over here has the body of a black dragon." If David wasn't a member of the Interstellar Federation, the god of knowledge would have killed David the moment he discovered his black dragon body. However, David was a member of the Interstellar Federation. This made the god of knowledge, who had just received benefits from the Federation, unable to do anything to harm David. The Federation army and David in front of them were all from the Interstellar Federation to support the great world of God against the Zerg. If the gods killed David, the relationship between the two worlds would be completely destroyed. This was something the god of knowledge didn't want to happen, and the other gods wouldn't allow it to happen. The god of justice laughed and said, "What a lucky kid. I wonder which black dragon went crazy and actually consumed its own body to strengthen this kid." David's aura was very obvious. He wasn't a member of the great world of God, so others couldn't detect his aura. During the reign of the giant dragon race, they had done many crazy things. Because of these crazy actions, they had even created a race, which was the false dragon race. Therefore, if there was a black dragon that took out its core bloodline origin to help David, it wasn't impossible. The five gods showed great tolerance toward David's black dragon body. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple looked at the other four oracles and said, "Let's go back." As soon as she finished speaking, the Knight of the Annabelle Temple went limp. David's figure flashed to the side of the Knight of the Annabelle Temple and supported her. Although being limp in space wouldn't hurt one, the Knight of the Annabelle Temple found it hard to accept that she was in such a weak state in front of others. David, who was familiar with the Knight of the Annabelle Temple, was also aware of this matter. He wouldn't let the Knight of the Annabelle Temple, who had saved him, lose face. The oracles of the other four gods weren't so lucky, especially since their bodies weren't as strong as the Knight of the Annabelle Temple. This time, the oracles of the four gods had intentionally strengthened the energy of the god's descent, causing them to be seriously injured. Naturally, a knight came to send the oracles of the four gods back to the shrines. After that, the oracles of the four gods would need to recuperate for a long time. If the oracles of the four gods could completely heal their injuries, then this god's descent experience would play a pivotal role in improving their strength. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple's strong constitution played a very good role. She only needed to rest for a while before standing up again. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple was very surprised. After experiencing this god's descent, she seemed to have touched the edge of the legendary realm. Given a few more decades, she was confident that she could break through and become the first legendary in the great world of God. Thank you, General David, for your help. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple didn't forget David. She smiled and bowed to thank him. Annabelle Temple, Knight of the Annabelle Temple, the one who should thank you is you. If you hadn't appeared in time, I would have been killed by the Zerg gods. David quickly responded with a military salute. Chapter 1033. During the previous god's descent, Annabelle Temple Knight was in a state where the god of war had taken over her body, but her consciousness still existed. This was an extremely valuable experience for a god's emissary. Every action of a god carried the will of the world's laws. As long as a god's emissary survived the god's descent, their strength would generally increase greatly. Annabelle Temple Knight, for example, after several gods' descents, she caught up with the veteran Temple Knights who had been around for hundreds of years and reached the peak of the Temple Knight. This time, she was only one step away from becoming a legend. And this step was not far, because Annabelle Temple Knight already had experience of the legend rank. This gave Annabelle Temple Knight a great chance of becoming a legend, at least more than any other Temple Knight of the current generation. Of course, the matter of becoming a legend still depended on the attitude of the shrines. Annabelle Temple Knight was thinking about this. She could not help but look at General David, who was returning to the Guardian Planet with her. To be honest, compared to the god of war's love for Annabelle Temple Knight, Annabelle Temple Knight was more envious of General David. The god of war noticed General David's situation, and this was also felt by Annabelle Temple Knight. The body of a black dragon, this kind of physique was recorded in the shrines as an innate god-level life form. What kind of concept was this? Once an innate god-level life form reached adulthood, even the weakest one would be a demigod, and the probability of becoming a god was very high. Annabelle Temple Knight had also heard about General David. This was a young general, the strongest person in the Interstellar Federation. Before this, Annabelle Temple Knight had heard about the strongest person in the Interstellar Federation and only treated it as a joke. Among the transcendent of the Interstellar Federation, the strongest was only level 3. How could the strongest among them be level 4? But at this moment, the Annabelle Temple Knight felt like she was the joke. General David was not only a black dragon, but also a legend. In the great world of God, there was no legendary battle pet warrior. The Interstellar Federation, whose individual combat power was much weaker, had a legendary battle pet warrior. This was ironic. The Temple Knight Annabelle was not only envious of General David's black dragon body, but also envious that General David was from the Interstellar Federation, a world that she had looked down upon. This was because if General David was not a member of the Interstellar Federation, the god of war or the other four gods would not allow an uncontrollable transcendent with a black dragon body and legendary level combat power to appear. Just as the five gods had always done, anyone who was not a knight or a priest was evil and had to be eliminated. During the god's descent, if David was not an important member of the Interstellar Federation, and the Interstellar Federation was invited by the great world of God to assist in the battle, and was also an ally of the great world of God, the five gods would have eliminated the evil long ago. But on the other hand, because the five gods had personally recognized General David. General David's identity was also recognized by the great world of God. General David, welcome back. On the way back, all the temple knights stopped in space. Lord Ludwig took the lead and bowed with a smile on his face. All the temple knights beside him bowed and saluted at the same time. David was stunned for a moment before he saluted and replied, "We're all comrades. You're too courteous. It's because you've done what we couldn't. When you want to fight the Zerg deity, we retreated." Lord Fred of the Black Dragon bloodline said in a deep voice. Lord Fred's words made the temple knights feel ashamed. At the same time, they were also moved by General David's indomitable spirit. It was precisely because they were present that they could feel how much courage that required. David did not expect that his momentary impulse would make all the temple knight accept him. It was not that he really did not care about life and death, but this was a clone. He still had for clones. Although sacrificing one clone was a great loss, he was still willing to sacrifice one clone in exchange for the lives of tens of millions of Federation soldiers. General David, I don't know if you were married. My family has a countess of the same age as you. I hope you can meet her. Lord Darrell stepped forward and said to David with a smile at this time, "Old fox." Lord Darrell's words made all the temple knights' faces change, and they all cursed in their hearts. As mentioned before, there were no secrets at the top of the great world of God. Just like the matter of General David's black dragon body, two oracles who had awakened secretly informed the priests around them. As a result, this matter became an urgent report in a short period of time and was reported to almost all the top aristocrats in the Federation. If the dragon bloodline of the aristocrats in the great world of God was a drop of water, then the black dragon body was a spring that could continuously gush out water. The most important thing was that there was a certain possibility that the descendants of the black dragon body would have a black dragon body. At the very least, they could have a pseudo-dragon body that was close to the black dragon body. It was far more powerful than the current great world of God's dragon bloodline. That was why Lord Darrell said such words regardless of the occasion. He wanted to marry General David to improve his family's bloodline. General David, my family's Lady Julia, is a talented female knight of the younger generation. After returning to the Guardian planet, I'll ask her to come over so that you can get to know each other. Lord Ludwig also stepped forward and said with a smile, "How shameless is this?" The temple knights on the side cursed in their hearts. In fact, they were more unconvinced that these two families were of the dragon bloodline. They, who were not of the dragon bloodline, could obtain greater benefits by marrying General David. General David, I'll also call my family's lady over later. It's good to know more young friends. It's convenient to communicate. Another temple knight said. The Annabella temple knight looked at these familiar temple knights with a dumbfounded expression. At this time, she felt that these temple knights were extremely unfamiliar. They were not arrogant nobles, but powerful temple knights. All right, there are still remnants of the Zerg on the battlefield. You still have a mission, so don't delay any longer. The Annabella temple knight shouted in a deep voice. Before the Divine War, the Zerg tide had been stopped by David and many temple knights. The Federation's warships and fortifications had dealt a heavy blow to the Zerg tide. After the battle between the God of War and the Titan Golden Emperor, almost all of the Zerg tide on the battlefield had been wiped out. In the end, the Interstellar Federation's Doomsday Strike had severely damaged the Titan Golden Emperor and wiped out more than half of the remaining Zerg tide. Now that there were very few Zerg left on the battlefield, there was no need to use the Temple Knights to wipe them out. However, the Annabella Temple Knights felt that the Temple Knights were too idle, so she gave them the mission. These Temple Knights were all of noble status. Even if it was President Gould's order, if it was not in their interest, they had the right to not listen. However, these Temple Knights did not dare to disobey the orders of the Annabella Temple Knights. The reason was that the Annabella Temple Knight was favored by the God of War. She was the closest knight to the God of War. Furthermore, the Annabella Temple Knight had a very egotistical personality. Those who dared to provoke her would suffer terrible consequences. The 5 shrines were all on the side of the Annabella Temple Knight. Even the 5 knights had to be courteous to the Annabella Temple Knight. General David, no wonder I felt a sense of familiarity with you. I have the bloodline of the Black Dragon. I'll talk to you in detail when I'm free. Lord Fred of the Black Dragon bloodline saw the other Temple Knights turn around and return to the battlefield. Only then did he have the chance to speak to Annabella softly. However, Lord Fred also saw the gloomy expression on the Annabella Temple Knight's face. He smiled awkwardly and turned around to leave. General David, I'm sorry. The Annabella Temple Knight felt very embarrassed. She said helplessly. David also tried his best to hold back his laughter. Perhaps these Temple Knights were not familiar with his identity as General David, but they were very familiar with his other identity as Lord Arthur. He also did not expect to see this side of the Temple Knights. However, he had to be polite in front of the Annabella Temple Knight. He could not let the Annabella Temple Knight misunderstand that he was looking down on the great world of God's Temple Knights. In fact, the behavior of these Temple Knights was understandable. David thought back to when he was in the Interstellar Federation. When he first saw the power of a knight, he learned that to become a knight, one had to have a special bloodline. The disappointment he felt was still fresh in his mind. The great world of God was a world where bloodlines were respected. The aristocratic system was built on the noble bloodline system. A special bloodline bred a powerful knight. The knight used force to protect the rule of the aristocracy and serve the shrines. Therefore, when the opportunity to improve their bloodline appeared, these Temple Knights were willing to give up everything in exchange for the possibility of improving their bloodline. Annabella Temple Knight, you should go back and rest, David said, changing the topic. The Annabella Temple Knight nodded. Her body was still in a weak state. David sensed the Annabella Temple Knight's condition, and a light flashed in his eyes. If even the powerful Annabella Temple Knight was so weak, the situation of the other 4 oracles could only be worse. He had a plan in his mind. His original body on Gammy summoned the Silver Pterosaur, and the Silver Pterosaur began to use its invisibility talent and then entered the planet-level portal. His destination was naturally the mid-sized portal built by the Guardian planet for the convenience of transporting supplies. David's original body didn't dare to come over before, because he was worried that the oracles would use God's descent. But now he didn't have to worry. The Annabella Temple Knight and the other 4 oracles couldn't support another God's descent. When he came to the mid-sized portal, the Federation's scanning device obviously found Lord Arthur. Fortunately, Lord Arthur's identity was verified in the defense system, so it didn't alarm the defense system. Even the Interstellar Federation didn't alert the Federation as long as a verified person appeared, so as not to be affected. It was turned on for a while before, but with the frequent personnel movements of the great world of God, the Interstellar Federation military was annoyed. After reporting to the higher-ups, they turned off the alarm system of the great world of God personnel. In addition, although the Interstellar Federation and the great world of God had cooperated, they still didn't communicate with each other on such details. David's invisibility on the Guardian planet did not catch the attention of the Interstellar Federation, and they didn't even notify the great world of God. This made his arrival very quiet. He didn't stay on a Guardian planet for long and flew straight into space. At this time, the war in space had just ended, and it was time to clean up the battlefield. The great world of God's night, the Federation's search and logistics ships were all cruising the space battlefield. David's small target didn't attract the attention of the scanning device. His goal was clear, and that was to chase in the direction of the Titan Golden Emperor. Under normal circumstances, with the speed of the Titan Golden Emperor, it would be impossible to catch up with him after escaping for a while. However, the Titan Golden Armored Emperor was injured, and David wanted to chase after a deity with a sliver of hope. Of course, David was confident. The Black Dragon Alexis was enough to deal with the injured Titan Golden Emperor. In addition, he also had the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit, who was not very strong but could provide perfect support. He was confident that the Titan Golden Emperor would pay the price for his rash actions. The location of the Titan Golden Emperor was very clear. In the same galaxy, the Black Dragon Alexis could clearly sense the presence of the other party. The presence of the other party was not hidden at all. Due to the suppression of the rules of the world and the fact that the other party was injured, the unstable God-level presence was as obvious as a beacon. The Titan Golden Emperor was flying in the direction of the portal. Its speed wasn't very fast, probably because the 5 oracles didn't chase after it, and because its injured body couldn't continue to unleash its explosive power. This also gave David an opportunity. He had no choice but to chase after it. No matter what, the Titan Golden Emperor was targeting him. If he didn't take advantage of the fact that the Titan Golden Emperor was seriously injured to give the Titan Golden Emperor an unforgettable memory, perhaps it wouldn't be long before the Titan Golden Emperor recovered from its injuries and once again crossed the world barrier to attack him. David couldn't guarantee that his luck would be so good every time. He had 5 clones. How could every single one of them be saved by a god when they were in danger? Besides, other than the clones from the Interstellar Federation, the other 4 clones, including David himself, would be labeled as evil if they appeared in front of the 5 gods of the great world of God. Of course, David was also a little greedy. He thought that if he could kill the Titan Golden Emperor, he would be able to obtain the body and soul of a god. This would be a great boost to his strength. Chapter 1034. While David was chasing after the Titan Golden Emperor, his clone, General David, had also returned to the Guardian planet, the Federation god of war. On the surface of the Guardian planet, the victorious Federation soldiers were cleaning up the remnants of the war. When they saw David, they all cheered. After this battle, David's reputation had increased once again. Perhaps most of the Federation soldiers called him the Federation god of war, but in their hearts, they actually thought of David as the god of war. All the Federation soldiers understood why General David had not retreated when he knew that the Bug Race God tier was coming. Instead, he had charged forward to meet the Bug Race God tier. He wanted to buy time for the Federation soldiers so that when the great world of God's God arrived, the battlefield would be far away from the Federation soldiers' territory. Therefore, the Federation soldiers' cheers were especially sincere. David, who was chasing after the Titan Golden Emperor, felt the Federation's faith power increase abruptly. Bishop Bolin, Bishop McKinley, Bishop Evans, Bishop Dominic, and Bishop Bolivar heard the Federation soldiers' cheers. They did not dislike the title of the Federation God of War. This was because they knew about General David's situation. He was a powerful being with the body of a black dragon. Since General David was a human and his soul was not the soul of a real black dragon, in their opinion, General David's ultimate achievement was only that of a demigod. Even so, a demigod was close to being a god. There was nothing wrong with being called the Federation God of War. This was actually the influence of the great world of God's stubborn bloodline theory. Under the influence of this theory, General David, who had the body of a black dragon, was an honorable being. Chairman Gould, we have to leave now. The insectoids' actions have angered our Lord. Our Lord has decreed that the insectoids' spatial gate will be taken back. Bishop Bolin whispered to Chairman Gould. Bishop Bolin revealed the most important piece of information. Gould nodded in understanding. Previously, in the battle between the great world of God and the Zergs, most of them had used the combat power of the great world of God. However, the true, strongest of the great world of God were the 5 gods. Perhaps the 5 great gods intended to let the Zerg invasion go unchecked. Through the Zerg invasion, the great world of God was mobilized, making the nobles and knight feel the tension of the impending war. However, as the insectoids forced their way into the great world of God, the 5 great gods felt provoked. The 5 great gods would all participate in the extermination of the insectoids, and the resources that the shrines could use would be completely different. The 5 bishops did not wait for David to return. They left through a medium-sized portal. Their mission was very important. The oracle was much more important than meeting General David. Chairman Gould stood there with a smile. He was not there to see the 5 bishops off. He was there to welcome General David. General David, welcome back. Chairman Gould bowed to David. Chairman Gould, Why did you come out to welcome me personally? David smiled and returned the greeting. David's identity did not have much interaction with Chairman Gould. Why would Chairman Gould come out to welcome him? General David, I have something to talk to you about alone. If I don't come out to welcome you, I'm afraid I won't have time to meet you for a long time. Chairman Gould explained. Please go ahead. David waved his hand. I already know that you're a black dragon. What I want to say is that the descendants of a black dragon must have the bloodline of the black dragon, which is the basic qualification of a knight. On behalf of the great world of God, I hope to make a deal with you. Chairman Gould paused. He wanted to see David's expression. I'm curious about what kind of deal it is. David appeared to be very calm. After meeting with the 5 gods, he knew that his situation would no longer be a secret. He just did not understand what kind of deal would require Chairman Gould to meet him alone. I hope you can control the number of your descendants. The condition is that your descendants with the bloodline can all get the top knight cultivation method. Chairman Gould looked at David and replied. David speculated about many possibilities. He even thought that Chairman Gould might want to get his bloodline through marriage, just like the knight of the Holy Cathedral. But he guessed wrong. Chairman Gould was considering the problem of 2 worlds. If David allowed reproduction, he would create a bloodline family in the Interstellar Federation. Of course, due to the lack of energy in the Interstellar Federation, the strength of this bloodline family would be affected. But at least in the next few generations of descendants, the lack of energy would not affect their cultivation. Because David's black dragon body was inherited in the first few generations, the concentration of the bloodline could guarantee the speed of cultivation. Chairman Gould, you're actually overthinking it. David could not help but laugh. He did not care about the top knight cultivation method. If it was really about the knight cultivation method, the perfect version of the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit was the real top knight cultivation method. Chairman Gould showed a puzzled look, not knowing why David said so. With my current strength and the situation of the black dragon body, it will be extremely difficult to have descendants. If everything goes well, maybe I will have a descendant in 1,000 years. David spread his hands and said. What David said was also true. Whether it was the clone or the original body, due to the increase in the level of life, the possibility of having descendants was reduced. His clone could not have descendants, and if the original body wanted to have descendants, it would be many years later. Besides, whether it was David's original body or his clone, eternal life was a certainty under the effect of the sufficient, undying life force. As long as David was willing, all the lives that followed him could even share eternal life. Black Dragon Alexis was dead set on following David, partly because David had transformed into a black dragon, and partly because of David's undying life force. For the black dragon, whose life also had an end, eternal life was also a great temptation. Chairman Gould was not surprised that David said 1,000 years. After knowing that David was already in the legendary level and had the body of a black dragon, he knew that David's lifespan would be very long. Not to mention the increase in lifespan brought about by the legendary level, the lifespan of the black dragon body alone was far more than 1,000 years. Chairman Gould did not know how long the lifespan of the black dragon body was, but in every legend about the dragons, the unit of measurement of time was 10,000 years. My conditions are still valid. As long as your descendants need it, they can come to the great world of God. The Supreme Council will prepare the top knight cultivation method for your descendants, Chairman Gould said with a smile, feeling relieved. Chairman Gould thought further than the others. The appearance of General David would bring about a huge increase in the top combat power of the Interstellar Federation. Besides, this increase in top combat power might be permanent, because General David's descendants would have the bloodline of General David. In fact, some of the descendants would even show signs of atavism. Then, it would not be impossible for them to completely inherit General David's talent. If General David gave birth to a large number of descendants in the Interstellar Federation, a powerful bloodline family would be established. Chairman Gould could ignore the influence that such a powerful bloodline family would have on the politics of the Interstellar Federation, but Chairman Gould had to consider building a friendly relationship with General David. The best outcome would be for General David to be ostracized in the Interstellar Federation and be forced to come to the great world of God. That would be the perfect outcome. However, Chairman Gould did not want to push this matter. He only wanted things to develop as normal. Any action could be discovered. Once this matter was exposed, the terrifying General David might become his mortal enemy. Chairman Gould felt a chill just thinking about becoming an enemy of someone as strong as David. The super long-range sniping, the swordsmanship that could casually kill a level 5 Zerg, and the strength of a legendary. All of this made Chairman Gould extremely calm. "Thank you for your kindness. I think we will become friends," David said with a smile. Although David did not agree to anything, this kindness made Chairman Gould feel satisfied. It was not a waste for him to come alone. "Let's go. General Francis is waiting for you," Chairman Gould said with a smile and a gesture of invitation. David and Chairman Gould walked towards the direction of the command center. As soon as they arrived at the underground entrance of the command center, they saw General Francis and the 12 generals beside him. Although there were many Federation generals in the entire Guardian Planet battle zone, there were only these generals on the Guardian Planet in front of them. In other words, General Francis had brought all the generals to welcome David. This was the highest standard welcome ceremony so far. Lieutenant General David, on behalf of all the Federation soldiers in the Guardian Planet battle zone, I would like to express my gratitude to you, General Francis said loudly with a military salute. The 12 generals beside him also saluted at the same time. "General Francis, this is what I should do as a soldier." David didn't correct General Francis's mistake. Instead, he replied with a military salute. David felt very strange. With General Francis's identity, it was impossible for him to mistake his military rank. "You are too modest. I will report your military exploits to the Federal High Command and ask for a reward for you. Also, according to the order from the Federal High Command, your military rank will be promoted from Major General to Lieutenant General," General Francis said with a smile. A soldier walked over with a military uniform and stood in front of David. The uniform was a military uniform, but that was not the main point. The most obvious part of the uniform was the military rank. The Lieutenant General rank flashed with a golden light, making the uniform even more dazzling. In the Federation system, Major General ranks were the most common among the generals. This was because every Transcendent would receive the rank of Major General once they entered the military. Of course, there were differences between Major General ranks. The Major General rank of Transcendent was more of a treatment and did not have any actual command power. A true Major General rank in the military had actual military power and was the backbone of the Federation's military. To be promoted from Major General to Lieutenant General, not only did military exploits need, but also talent. Originally, when David was in the Interstellar Federation, he was already a Major General with actual military power. Because of his outstanding military exploits, there were rumors of him being promoted to Lieutenant General. However, David was too much of a troublemaker in the Interstellar Federation. He had done a lot of big things, causing his promotion to be delayed again and again. This promotion to Lieutenant General was only to make up for his previous rank. David took the uniform from a soldier. He was not too surprised. Perhaps he was standing too high, beyond his military rank and beyond the military. However, due to his feelings, he still acted very solemnly. "Lieutenant General David, I believe that after this war ends, the Lieutenant General rank is not enough to match your military exploits," General Francis whispered to David. After General Francis sent the video of David's battle back to the Federal High Command, Grand Marshal Andre acted very quickly. First, he quickly promoted David from Major General to Lieutenant General. This allowed David to receive the first step of the reward when he returned after the war. Grand Marshal Andre also revealed his next step to General Francis, which was to use higher treatment to keep David. "This war is inseparable from your command." David saluted. "Let's not stay here anymore. You should change into your military uniform first. Our celebration banquet is about to begin." General Francis saw that David did not become arrogant because of his military rank promotion, nor did he have the arrogance of those powerful people. He even praised him on the matter of military exploits. The knight on Tula felt that the sky suddenly became bright. This brightness made the sunlight seem weak. The knight in the main city of Tula saw a scene that shocked them. 5 huge shrines were emitting white light. Under the shroud of the white light, the 5 huge shrines rose from the ground. No one would have thought that such huge shrines could actually fly. Not only did they fly, but the 5 huge shrines also rose continuously as if there were 5 more shrines. The original star's light was covered by the 5 huge shrines. As the 5 huge shrines flew away from Tula Star, the light on Tula Star also returned to normal. The knight saw many starry sky airships leaving Tula Star, and the knight couldn't help but panic. Could it be that the shrines had given up on Tula Star? However, the knight's worries did not last long, as the Supreme Council's orders followed. All the level 4 Sky Knights followed the 5 shrines on the starry sky airships to exterminate the Zergs and reclaim the star field of chaos. None of the knight doubted whether they could reclaim the star field of chaos. The rise of the 5 huge shrines meant that the shrines would go all out. The 5 huge shrines represented the range of influence of the 5 gods. This was much more powerful than the descent of the oracles. Wherever the huge shrines went, it was as if the gods themselves had descended. Excited prayers could be heard from Tula's star. The knights softly chanted their own beliefs. They were not strong enough, so they used this method to support the shrine's actions. The huge army of the great world of God advanced in space, and their goal was the portal. Chapter 1035. The 5 huge shrines were originally made up of countless components. After consuming a huge amount of faith, they gained the ability to fly. This level of faith consumption was not something the shrines could decide. Even the 5 archbishops did not have such power. The faith power belonged to the gods. The clergy of the shrines could use it in small amounts, but if the scale exceeded a certain level, they would need the authorization of the gods. Bishop McKinley stood in front of the huge war shrines. The shrines were covered by a layer of white light. The environment inside the light was suitable for human survival. This also allowed the clergy below level 4 to stay in the shrines. Bishop McKinley was excited. This time was different from the last time he controlled the small war shrines. Not only was the scale of the shrines larger, but there were also 4 other huge shrines participating in the war. This level of war had never happened in the great world of God in the past few thousand years. It was obvious that the 5 gods had lost their patience with the insectoids. Bishop McKinley looked at the fleet of starships behind the 5 huge shrines. He let the knight follow not because he wanted them to participate in the war, but because the shrines wanted to show the power of the gods. It was like herding sheep. Not only did they need good grass, but they also needed a loud whip to deter the sheep. The power of the gods was the loudest whip. It could make all the nobles and knight fear the gods from the depths of their souls. There are about 12,000 insectoids in front. There are 12 level 4 insectoids. A clergy standing in the watchtower of the war shrines reported loudly. The watchtower was buffed by the eagle's eye rune. Through the buff of the watchtower, the priests could see very far away. Don't worry about them. Just crush them. Bishop McKinley ordered in a deep voice. The other 4 bishops, standing in front of the other 4 huge shrines, did not make a sound. During war, the task of commanding would normally fall to the war shrines. This was because the war shrines had the inheritance of war command. With shrines of war commanding the war, they would be able to utilize their own advantages to a greater extent and reduce the probability of mistakes. The knights on the starry sky flying ship also discovered that the swarm of insects was getting closer and closer. A portion of the knight jumped out of the starry sky flying ship and put on their knight armor, preparing for battle. Those who were not prepared for battle were also anxiously waiting for orders from shrines. There were 5 huge shrines in front of them. It was impossible for the knight to cross the shrines and join the battle without the shrine's orders. Form a knight formation. Seeing that the Zergs were getting closer and closer, the knight could already see the situation of the Zergs. Although these Zergs were not strong, they still needed to be careful. At this time, more and more level 4 Sky Knights joined the knight formation. Their level 4 bloodline power surged and strengthened the momentum of the knight formation. Only the level 4 Sky Knights were nervous. The level 5 Knight Shrines knew the power of the 5 huge Sky Knights. They did not leave the starry sky flying ship, nor did they stop the level 4 Sky Knights from moving. The 5 huge shrines had not yet come into contact with the Zergs. When the Zergs entered the range of the white light of the shrines, the Zergs began to scream crazily. Under the white light of the 5 huge shrines, every Zerg that was hit by the white light emitted black smoke. The Zergs in the smoke were melting. This was the Holy Light Divine spell, activated by the faith power of the 5 huge shrines. After judging the Zergs as evil, as long as they approached the 5 huge shrines, they would be judged by the Holy Light Divine spell. This radiant magic wasn't the same as the radiant magic used by the priests in the past. The power of the two was completely different. The level 4 Sky Knights at the back were all shocked. They did not expect the Zergs to be purified by the 5 huge shrines before they could even get close. The 5 shrines and the knight already knew this result. This was the terrifying part of the shrines. In the rest of the journey, as long as they saw Zergs, they would be purified. None of the knight needed to fight. The Titan Golden Emperor sensed the damage on its body. It was very angry. It did not expect to be injured so badly. The defense of the left shell of the Titan Golden Emperor had dropped to a dangerous level. It needed to be recovered by divine power after returning. The damage to the left side of the carapace was still within a manageable range. The Titan Gold-Armored Emperor was known for the defense of its carapace. Although the power of that doomsday attack was terrifying, it wasn't strong enough to break through the carapace in one hit. The Interstellar Federation's doomsday attack only used 8 aircraft carriers this time. If there were more aircraft carriers, the attack would be even more powerful. It was not impossible to break through the golden shell of the Titan Golden Emperor. In addition, the golden armored Titan Emperor was not suppressed by the rules of the world of gods in the great world of gods. If the golden armored Titan Emperor went to the Interstellar Federation, the suppression of the world of gods would be much greater. At that time, even if they still used 8 aircraft carriers, the damage to the golden armored Titan Emperor would increase by several times. The Titan Gold-Armored Emperor's biggest problem was the damage to its body. After reaching God level, every part of its body had been strengthened by godly power. Although its internal defense was not as high as the carapace's, it was still one of the best godly bodies. It was also because of the strength of the god's body that once it was injured, it was extremely difficult to recover. Normal healing potions were almost ineffective on the god's body. This was also why the indestructible life force was a treasure that every god wanted. It was the best medicine to heal the god's body. The Titan Golden Emperor did not collect the indestructible life force. It was extremely conceited. It was conceded that its strong god's body would not be harmed. Therefore, it did not pay a huge price to obtain the indestructible life force. At this moment, the Titan Gold-Armored Emperor was starting to regret its decision. Although its injuries were slowly recovering due to its powerful physique, it would take at least a few decades for it to fully recover at this rate. Of course, when the Titan Gold-Armored Emperor returned to the Bug Tribe's world, the endless power of faith would be transformed into divine power under the effect of the Royal Inheritance Rune. With the help of the divine power, it could speed up the recovery process of its injuries. Therefore, the Titan Golden Emperor's first thought was to immediately restore the Zerg world. Only by returning to the Zerg world would it be safe. The Titan Golden Emperor was a little afraid of the great world of God. The 5 powerful gods, in addition to the Interstellar Federation's doomsday weapon, made it recognize the alliance between the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation. The Titan Golden Emperor, who was hurrying on its way, suddenly felt an aura coming from behind. It was David's aura. The appearance of this aura made the Titan Golden Emperor stop in its tracks. In order to capture David, the Titan Golden Emperor had sacrificed too much. Now, it had lost more than taking the Blade Mantis Emperor as its subordinate. The prerequisite for taking the Blade Mantis Emperor as its subordinate was to bring back David. The Titan Golden Emperor did not know why David had chased after it alone, but no matter what, it did not want to let go of this opportunity. Even if the Titan Golden Emperor was injured, it was still not something a legendary god could deal with. The Titan Golden Emperor could severely injure David with just a light blow. David sat on the back of the silver pterosaur. The silver pterosaur did not go invisible. Instead, it used all its energy to move in a flash. It only wanted to catch up with the Titan Golden Emperor as soon as possible. "Be careful, my lord. The Zerg god has stopped." The black dragon Alexis, who was sitting on David's shoulder, warned. David was delighted. He was not afraid that the Titan Golden Emperor would stop. On the contrary, the Titan Golden Emperor would be the one giving him a headache. The only reason he could catch up with the Titan Golden Emperor was because the Titan Golden Emperor did not want its injuries to worsen, so it did not fly at full speed. "Alexis, are you sure you can deal with the Zerg god? If not, we will not take the risk," David asked in a low voice. Seeing that they were about to catch up with the Titan Golden Emperor, David started to worry about the black dragon Alexis. "Don't worry. This guy's injuries are much worse than mine. I can definitely deal with it," the black dragon Alexis replied confidently. The black dragon Alexis, who loved to fight, had not fought properly for many years. Especially since its injuries were gradually recovering, it was itching for a fight. It was looking for a god-tier opponent to practice with. The black dragon Alexis was more than happy to meet a god-tier Zerg that was also a close-range fighter with strong defense. There was no way it would back down. The Titan Golden Emperor did not know that there was a god-tier Zerg chasing after it. If it knew, it would not have stopped. The Titan Golden Emperor saw David's figure, but David did not continue to approach. Instead, he stood precisely outside of the Titan Golden Emperor's attack range. The Titan Golden Emperor looked at David in confusion. David's aura was exactly the same as the David they met before. However, the Titan Golden Emperor felt that there was something different. "The Emperor inheritance pattern is on you." The Titan Golden Emperor sensed it carefully and suddenly said. The royal inheritance rune was very difficult to sense. This was originally a rule created by the Bug Tribe World Consciousness to protect the royal inheritance rune from being discovered. However, the Titan Golden Armor Emperor had the royal inheritance rune for tens of thousands of years. It did not sense the royal inheritance rune, but instead sensed the changes caused by the royal inheritance rune. It was certain that the royal inheritance rune did not exist. In the Zerg world, this ability was not very useful. The Titan Golden Emperor could not inspect the Zergs one by one. This ability could only be used to inspect a specific target. When the Titan Golden Emperor saw David, it immediately thought of the Emperor inheritance pattern and instinctively inspected it. However, what puzzled the Titan Gold-Armored Emperor was that David, whom it had sensed earlier, did not have the aura of an Imperial-level inheritance rune. Why did he suddenly have the aura of an Imperial-level inheritance rune? The Titan Golden Emperor did not think that the two David were not the same person. This was because the aura was a product of the deeper layers of life. It was impossible to fake it, especially in front of God. At least, the Titan Golden Emperor had never seen two life forms with the same aura. No matter how similar a life form was, there would always be a slight difference in their aura. In the Titan Golden Emperor's perception, this small difference meant that they were two different life forms. As expected, they are here for the Emperor inheritance pattern. Because the Titan Golden Emperor used telepathy, David confirmed his guess after hearing it. "Alexis, destroy it." David ordered the black dragon Alexis on his shoulder. The black dragon Alexis leaped forward from David's shoulder. As it leaped forward, its body suddenly expanded. If the Titan Golden Emperor's 300-meter-long body was considered a giant, then it was like a little brother in front of the black dragon Alexis. With a body that was over 1,000 meters long, the black dragon Alexis's body was superior to the Titan Golden Emperor's. Of course, the black dragon Alexis's body was relatively slender. It was not as wide as the Titan Golden Emperor's body. The Titan Golden Emperor's body quivered. It did not expect there to be such a perfect aura concealment ability. It did not notice the black dragon Alexis before. The black dragon Alexis leaped forward. Space seemed to have lost its effect in front of it. Its body appeared in front of the Titan Golden Emperor. Its dragon claws were already reaching for the Titan Golden Emperor's body. The Titan Golden Armored Emperor did not hesitate at all. It raised its forelimbs and collided with the dragon claws of Black Dragon Alexis. David could almost see the space where the dragon claws and the Titan Golden Emperor's forelimbs collided. The Titan Golden Emperor was obviously at a disadvantage. Its body was thrown back 100 meters. Of course, the Black Dragon Alexis would not let the Titan Golden Emperor go. Its body flashed and chased after the Titan Golden Emperor. The power of the Black Dragon flickered on its dragon claws. It seemed like it wanted to give the Titan Golden Emperor a good beating. The Titan Golden Emperor had never been at a disadvantage like this before. Furthermore, it was in close combat. On the outer shell of the Titan Golden Emperor, a dark golden light flashed. A large amount of divine power burned. Its body doubled from 300 meters to 600 meters. At the same time, the Titan Golden Emperor's body not only grew proportionally, but became even stronger. This was the talent ability of the Titan Golden Emperor, Titan's body. In a previous battle with the God of War, it did not need to use Titan's body to suppress the God of War. It was because it did not use Titan's body that the Titan Golden Emperor was injured so badly by the doomsday weapon of the Interstellar Federation. The Titan Golden Emperor used its injured body to cast Titan's body. Once Titan's body ended, its injuries would be even worse. Chapter 1036. The Black Dragon Alexis struck out with its claws. This time, the Titan Golden Emperor extended its forelimbs to meet the attack. The Titan Golden Emperor did not retreat. Instead, it was the Black Dragon Alexis who retreated. The Black Dragon Alexis, who was repulsed, was filled with excitement. It felt the passion for battle that it had not felt in a long time. It let out a dragon roar. This was not an attack. In fact, this dragon roar had almost no effect on the Titan Golden Emperor, who was of the same level. This dragon roar was the Black Dragon Alexis expressing its desire to battle. It was also a show of respect to the Titan Golden Emperor, who was of the same level. Vortexes of power appeared on the Black Dragon Alexis body, especially on its claws. The vortexes of power appeared strange patterns. David, who was watching the battle, tensed up. He saw that the vortexes of power on the Black Dragon Alexis were not ordinary vortexes of power. They were vortexes of the power of the Black Dragon. David, who had some understanding of the power of the Black Dragon, knew how difficult it was to form a vortex of the power of the Black Dragon. While David was thinking, the Black Dragon Alexis and the Titan Golden Emperor started fighting again. The Black Dragon Alexis clawed at the Titan Golden Emperor. The ear-piercing sound of friction was enough to make one's scalp tingle. The Titan Golden Emperor also hit the Black Dragon Alexis. After the dark golden spikes hit the Black Dragon's vortexes of power, they lost most of their power. When they hit the dragon scales of the Black Dragon Alexis, they could not even leave a mark on the scales. Whether it was the Titan Golden Emperor or the Black Dragon Alexis, they both displayed terrifying defensive power. In fact, this kind of close combat was the most dangerous. With the speed of a god tier in such a close distance, it was difficult for the opponent to block or even dodge each attack. This was also the reason why many gods preferred mid-range and long-range attacks instead of close combat. Without enough defense, the chances of dying in close combat were too high. David had truly witnessed the power of the Black Dragon's power today. All this time, the Black Dragon Alexis had been instilling in him the terror of the basic principles, causing him to underestimate the power of the Black Dragon. However, he now understood that the strength of the Black Dragon's rule power lay in its ability to attack and defend. Black Dragon Alexis transformed the Black Dragon's power vortex into shields, forming a line of defense around the Black Dragon's body. Regardless of whether it was a physical attack or an energy attack, after encountering the Black Dragon's power vortex, a portion of the power would be absorbed by the Black Dragon's power vortex. This portion of the power would, in turn, be added to the Black Dragon's power vortex, making its defense even stronger. It could be said that if the Black Dragon Alexis's defense could not be broken in one attack, then it would become stronger and stronger. David had greater expectations for the 5 clones. It seemed that the Black Dragon's body would be extremely powerful in the future. The Black Dragon Alexis and the Titan Golden Emperor kept attacking each other. After a short, probing battle, both sides no longer dodged and focused entirely on attacking each other's divine bodies. It was like forging iron. Waves of God-tier energy collided with each other, creating shockwaves that spread out in all directions with the 2 gods as the center. Fortunately, they were deep in the astral chaos, far away from human habitation. Otherwise, the shockwaves created by the God-tier energy alone could wipe out all life in the surrounding area. At this time, David also put on the Divine Knight armor and carried the Divine Knight sword on his back. The shockwaves created by the God-tier energy were blocked by the Divine Knight armor, so he did not need to retreat any further. David didn't want to retreat. A battle between 2 close combat deities like the Titan Golden-Armored Emperor and the Black Dragon Alexis was extremely rare, especially since David himself had 5 clones, and his goal in the future was also to become a close combat god. This battle would be a great reference for him. On the battlefield, space was constantly collapsing and recovering. The Titan Golden Emperor did not care about the godly power at all. It was madly consuming godly power to maintain the maximum attack power of the Titan's body. However, the Titan Golden Emperor was severely injured, which greatly affected its combat power. Under such circumstances, it could not break the defense of the Black Dragon Alexis. The Black Dragon Alexis was in the same situation. Although its injuries had mostly recovered, it was still not comparable to its peak combat power. It always felt that it was just a little bit away from breaking the Titan Golden Emperor's Titan's body. After fighting for a while, the Titan Golden Emperor's fighting spirit dissipated, and its attention turned to David, who was next to it. The Titan Golden Emperor's mission in the great world of God was to capture David, not to fight another god to the death. Therefore, the Titan Golden Emperor began to consciously move the battlefield to a position closer to David. David watched the battle between the Titan Golden Emperor and the Black Dragon Alexis. His main soul, which was at the peak of the legendary rank, and his 137 soul doppelgangers joined in the analysis. He discovered a strange phenomenon. No matter how the Titan Golden Emperor fought, it seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally protecting a small area on the left side. David remembered that the Interstellar Federation's Doomsday Strike did not hit that area, but the area above that area. He guessed that the small area on the left side that the Titan Golden Emperor was protecting was most likely the weakness of the Titan Golden Emperor. Of course, with David's strength, he did not have the slightest bit of confidence in his judgment of a god-level insectoid like the Titan Gold-Armored Emperor. He did not even want to tell Black Dragon Alexis about this discovery. If he was wrong, or if this was a trap set by the Titan Golden Emperor, the Black Dragon Alexis would be at a disadvantage. David also did not want to guide the Black Dragon Alexis in battle, because he was not qualified to instruct a god in battle. How dare you? The Black Dragon Alexis's dragon claw hit the front of the Titan Golden Emperor's golden armor, but it felt that the Titan Golden Emperor used this attack to retreat. And the direction that the Titan Golden Emperor retreated to was where David was. The Black Dragon Alexis reacted and wanted to stop the Titan Golden Emperor from approaching David, but it was one step too late. Just as the Titan Golden Emperor was about to approach David, a figure appeared and blocked its path. At the same time, a white wall appeared between the figure and the Titan Golden Emperor. The figure that appeared was the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit. He had been using the divine weapon Dark Shadow to hide in David's shadow and protect him when David was in danger. However, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. The Titan Golden Emperor swung its forelimbs, and the broken pieces of the white wall hit the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit, sending the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit flying. The Titan Golden Emperor did not have the time to chase after the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit. The Black Dragon Alexis was right behind it. If it was one step slower, it would be caught by the Black Dragon Alexis again. David did not run away immediately. A pair of white energy wings appeared behind his back, and the 6 divine weapons chains of the Reaper danced in the air. This was his strongest state. He was wearing the knight armor, knight battle sword, and chains of the Reaper. He was fully equipped with divine weapons. David activated his rule of speed from the small world in his soul space, and a strange energy was generated. He transferred this energy into the main world, and the world in his eyes became still. He looked at the Titan Golden Emperor and found that the Titan Golden Emperor did not stop. Instead, it was approaching him at a relatively slow speed. It was hard to imagine how fast the Titan Golden Emperor was. It could maintain a certain speed under the rule of speed. In an instant, David was completely focused, and his legendary rank, innate talent, Fatal Strike, was activated. His main weapon wasn't the divine weapon Death God's Chains. The divine weapon Death God's Chains was only there to attract the attention of the golden-armored Titan Emperor. His real weapon was the Knight Battle Sword on his back. Ever since he got the Knight Battle Sword, he had been nourishing it. The Knight Battle Sword was much better than the level 5 light long sword David used before. It could contain more energy, and it needed to be nourished for a longer time. On the other hand, the Knight Battle Sword was much more powerful than before after the Fatal Blade was completed. When David activated the Fatal Blade, he turned off the rule of speed energy. He did not dare to use the Fatal Blade while activating the rule of speed energy. Not only would it not kill the enemy, but it would also kill himself. Before deactivating the power of the rule of speed, David had moved 10 meters. Don't underestimate these 10 meters. It was only a distance of 10 meters, but it had caused the Titan Gold-Armored Emperor to lose its target, allowing him to use the lethal strike to gain a slight advantage. The sword flashed. Under the Fatal Blade, the energy accumulated in the Knight Battle Sword exploded. The Knight Battle Sword shot out of its scabbard and stabbed forward. The Titan Golden Emperor did not expect David to be able to resist. Most of its attention was on the Black Dragon Alexis, and a small part of it was on the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit. The Titan Golden Emperor did not care about a mere legendary. Previously, it had severely injured David with a casual strike. The Titan Golden Emperor thought that it would be the same this time. As long as it could catch David, it could escape with David. However, the Titan Golden Emperor did not expect David to resist. Moreover, when it attacked, David strangely changed his position. The target of the Knight Battle Sword was the position on the left side of the Titan Golden Emperor that was protected by the Titan Golden Emperor. Perhaps because it took the initiative to attack, or because it felt that David was not a threat, the Titan Golden Emperor did not protect the position on the left side of the Knight of the Holy Spirit. David felt that the Knight Battle Sword in his hand had pierced through the Titan Golden Emperor's golden armor. The golden armor did not resist at all and was broken. The energy of the Fatal Strike was completely poured into the Titan Golden Emperor's wound. David didn't continue to attack. He was already lucky to be able to injure the God-rank Titan Gold-Armored Emperor. He had no intention of killing the God-rank Titan Gold-Armored Emperor with one strike. Just from the resistance of a knight's sword when it pierced through the muscles of the Titan Gold-Armored Emperor, he understood that he couldn't kill the Titan Gold-Armored Emperor with his current strength. The white energy feather wings instantly wrapped David's body. This was also the reason why he dared to stab the Knight of the Holy Spirit. As soon as the energy feather wings covered David, the Titan Golden Emperor's legs slapped on the energy feather wings of David. David felt his whole body shake. The sound of his muscles collapsing could be heard. His internal organs were also shaken violently. Fortunately, Most of the force was blocked by the energy feather wings. With the Knight battle armor as a second layer of protection, he was able to withstand the Titan Golden Emperor's attack. The Titan Golden Emperor did not have a second chance to kill David with one strike. The black dragon, Alexis, arrived. Its dragon claws viciously clawed at the Titan Golden Emperor's back. The terrifying force made the Titan Golden Emperor stumble. The Titan Golden Emperor felt that this attack was so heavy that it almost knocked him out of the Titan's body state. After losing the opportunity to attack David, the Titan Golden Emperor began to think of retreating. The Titan's body state could not be maintained for much longer. It could not stay here any longer. The black dragon Alexis discovered the wound on the Titan Golden Emperor that was caused by David's attack. The black dragon Alexis had a lot of combat experience. It immediately realized that this was the Titan Golden Emperor's weakness. The Titan Golden Emperor's golden armor was very strong. Even if the black dragon Alexis' dragon claws hit it many times, it still could not break through. Although David was holding the Divine Knight battle sword, the Divine Knight battle sword could not be compared to the black dragon Alexis' dragon claws before David became a god and could control his divine power. Even the black dragon Alexis' dragon claws could not break through the Titan Golden Emperor's golden armor. The fact that David could break through the Titan Golden Emperor's golden armor meant that David had found the Titan Golden Emperor's weakness. The Titan Golden Emperor probably did not expect that when David entered and left the Zerg world, a piece of its golden armor would be damaged by David, the culprit who caused the damage to the Titan Golden Emperor's golden armor. Although David could not kill the Titan Golden Emperor through the damaged golden armor, the black dragon Alexis could do it. The black dragon Alexis' body shrank. Its slender body shrank until it looked much smaller than the Titan Golden Emperor. Then, it charged towards the Titan Golden Emperor. The Titan Golden Emperor's eyes flashed. It wanted to repeat what it did just now. It wanted to use the black dragon Alexis impact to escape the battlefield. David was already far away from the battlefield. The indestructible life force was pouring into his body as if it was free, healing his injuries. At the same time, the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit was also using the indestructible life force to heal his injuries. Chapter 10:37. Black Dragon Alexis arrived in front of the Titan Golden Armored Emperor in a flash. The Titan Golden Armored Emperor had also prepared its power. After Black Dragon Alexis crashed into it, it would use the momentum to escape from the battle. However, just as the Black Dragon Alexis was about to hit the Titan Golden Emperor, it reached out its left dragon claw and slapped away the leg of the Titan Golden Emperor that was blocking the wound on the left side of the Titan Golden Emperor's body. The wound created by David's lethal strike was not big. Even the energy of the divine artifact Knight's battle sword that had been nourished for a long time did not cause much damage to the wound. The main reason was that the body of the Titan Golden Emperor was too strong. In addition, the body of the Titan Golden Emperor was too huge. Even if David could cause some damage, the most he could do was damage the muscles of the Titan Golden Emperor. To the golden armored Titan Emperor, this small wound that David had created was like a mosquito bite to a human being with a gigantic divine body. However, the wound pointed out the target for the Black Dragon Alexis. After slapping away the leg of the Titan Golden Emperor, its right dragon claw scratched the wound heavily. The damaged golden armor of the Titan Golden Emperor was not big. It was only the size of a palm, and it was the side armor on the left side of the body. The black dragon Alexis's dragon claw could not completely penetrate the armor, but one of its dragon claw was deeply embedded. The black dragon Alexis was much stronger than David. Originally, when the Titan Golden Emperor's defense was perfect, its power could not affect the body of the Titan Golden Emperor. That was why it could not hurt the Titan Golden Emperor. Now that a claw had penetrated the body of the Titan Golden Emperor, the Black Dragon's power could directly affect the internal defense of the Titan Golden Emperor. The Titan Golden Emperor was about to use the force to retreat, but it felt a force pulling its body. It immediately understood that the Black Dragon Alexis had penetrated the damaged golden armor. Then, a terrifying force entered the body of the Titan Golden Emperor and destroyed all the body tissues in front of it. The Titan body of the golden-armored Titan Emperor was affected by this and was on the verge of collapse. The Titan golden-armored Emperor knew that it could not delay any longer, or else it would die here. Its divine body trembled, and the left part of its body that was grabbed by Black Dragon, Alexis's dragon claw, was detached from its divine body along with a complete limb. In this way, the Titan Golden Emperor managed to escape from the Black Dragon, Alexis's claw. However, the danger of the Titan Golden Emperor was not over yet. The Black Dragon Alexis had no intention of letting it go. The Black Dragon Alexis casually put the foot of the Titan Golden Emperor and some of its body tissues into a dimensional ring. It had been following David for a while, and it was already used to putting away good things. This did not affect the Black Dragon Alexis's attack. The Titan Golden Emperor did not want to fight with the Black Dragon Alexis at all. The collapse of the Titan Golden Emperor's body had entered the countdown. The Titan Golden Emperor made a prompt decision. The tail of its divine body, which was about 10 meters long, was flung out, and dark golden blood spurted out. The moment the dark golden blood spurted out of its body, it was as if it had received a huge push force. Its broken body squeezed into space and disappeared into space. The Black Dragon Alexis only felt a strong fluctuation of divine power. The blood that the Titan Golden Emperor spurted out contained a terrifying amount of energy. It had no choice but to take a defensive stance. To be honest, in a battle between two god-level entities, unless one had overwhelming power, it was almost impossible to stop a god-level entity. The Titan Golden Emperor used its life-saving ability. It consumed part of its divine body and divine blood in exchange for the ability to break through space and leave. The tail of the Titan Golden Emperor that was 10 meters long flew towards David at an incredible speed. At this moment, the Black Dragon Alexis was blocked by the divine blood. This was also the last of the Titan Golden Emperor's anger. Holy Barrier! The demigod knights of the Holy Spirit waved his hand, and white walls appeared in front of the tail of the Titan Golden Emperor. This was the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit taking the initiative to protect its master. Without the control of David's main soul, all the soul avatars acted according to their own instincts, and protecting the main body was the most important instinct. The tail of the divine body carried the power of a secret technique. It easily broke through the white walls like a battering ram. The Holy Barrier was unable to stop the tail of the divine body. Of course, the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit's actions were not in vain. The multiple holy barriers blocked the tail of the divine body, so the speed and energy of the tail of the divine body were affected. This gave David enough time to react. David's internal injuries had already healed under the effect of the indestructible life force. He first used the white energy wings to wrap himself up. At this moment, he did not dare to underestimate any of the attacks of the Titan Golden Emperor. He had to ensure his own safety first. Then the 6 death chains behind David stretched out and wrapped around the tail of the divine body. Perhaps no other divine artifact would be able to achieve the same effect as the Reaper's chains. A sealed divine weapon had a strong sealing effect on the divine body fragment that had lost the control of the divine spirit. This was also the reason why the god of death created the death chains. The impact of the tail of the divine body made David's body move back a few hundred meters. Only then did the impact of the tail of the divine body cancel out. During this process, David's body was injured again, but it was worth it. After the tail of the divine body lost its impact, it should have exploded to cause more damage. This was also the last of the Titan Golden Emperor's anger. If David did not notice the damage caused by the explosion of the divine body at close range, he might even lose his life. With the death chains here, the explosion of the tail of the divine body naturally could not continue. The remnant consciousness of the Titan Golden Emperor in the tail of the divine body was forcibly suppressed. The Black Dragon Alexis came to David's side and said with a guilty look, "My lord, we let the divine insectoid escape. The Black Dragon Alexis did not expect a severely injured divine insectoid to be able to explode with such terrifying power in battle. It even caused David to be affected. This made the Black Dragon Alexis feel guilty. It felt that it did not protect David well. "Not bad, we also gained something," David said without a care. Before the battle, he was still a little greedy and wanted to obtain a divine body. But after the battle between the Black Dragon Alexis and the Titan Golden Emperor, David understood how naive his thoughts were. David, who was watching the battle closely, knew how terrifying a battle between divine insectoids was. Neither the Black Dragon Alexis nor the Titan Golden Emperor used their domains. Their real attacks came from their bodies. This might have something to do with the fact that the two divine insectoids were both divine insectoids in close combat. It was an attack that could annihilate space, and any one of its attacks could turn a demigod rank expert into ashes. If David had thought of challenging the divine insectoids in the past, from today onwards, he would stay as far away from the divine insectoids as possible before his strength increased significantly. The Black Dragon Alexis looked at the divine body fragment in the death chains and said, "My lord, I will deal with the consciousness in this divine body fragment." The consciousness of the Titan Golden Emperor was of little use to David, but to the Black Dragon Alexis, it was the best medicine to heal the soul. Now that the soul of the Black Dragon Alexis had recovered by more than half, the effects of normal soul energy would become weaker and weaker. It was rare to get a divine insectoid, so it was very enthusiastic. David released the authority of the death chains and said, "Okay, you deal with it." The Black Dragon Alexis reached a dragon claw into the divine body fragment and grabbed a dark golden light spot from it. The Black Dragon Alexis observed the light spot that kept twisting on the dragon claw and said, "This divine insectoid is really cruel to you. It wanted to kill you before it escaped." Indeed, if it wasn't for the fact that David had the divine weapon Death God's chains, the fragment of the divine body would definitely have exploded violently under the effects of this tiny bit of divine sense. In order to kill David, the Titan Golden Emperor was willing to sacrifice a little bit of consciousness. It was obvious how much hatred it had for David. "Will the divine insectoid come and find me again?" David asked worriedly. This kind of divine insectoid that had the guts and the ability to cross the world was so strong that David was a little worried. Under the suppression of the great world of God's laws, and after being attacked by the Interstellar Federation's doomsday weapon, the heavily injured Titan Golden Emperor was still able to fight evenly with the Black Dragon Alexis. David himself had the protection of the Black Dragon Alexis and many life-saving methods, so he didn't have to worry too much. However, his many clones, especially his clones, were troublesome. Black Dragon Alexis said with a smile, "Don't worry, sir. This divine insectoid won't be able to recover in less than 100 years unless it receives a large amount of indestructible life force." David nodded and said, "That's good. Let's go back. We can't stay here any longer." Although the battle between the Black Dragon Alexis and the Titan Golden Emperor didn't last long, they were in a place where the Interstellar Federation and the great world of God were constantly monitoring. The battle just now couldn't be hidden. The Black Dragon Alexis withdrew its presence, and its body quickly shrank back to the size of a cat. It jumped back onto David's shoulder. David's mind entered the small world of his soul and found the coordinates of the great world of God's space coordinates, which are the space coordinates of the Gamma planet. He then extracted the space energy from the space pattern. A wormhole appeared in front of him, and he stepped in. In his shadow, the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit also entered. After David passed through the wormhole, it turned into specks of starlight and disappeared. About 3 hours after David left, 2 Shrine spaceships arrived at the battlefield. The presence of divine blood has been detected. The space here has been severely shaken. It shows that there was a divine battle not too long ago. The priest sitting in the starry sky ship looked at the alchemy pattern in front of him, and his eyes flashed with shock. He reported to the temple through the communication circle. The shrines asked, "Did you find any traces of the other divine spirit?" The shrines replied, There is no trace of the other divine spirit. This was an oppressive divine battle. The losing side should have been heavily injured, and the other side should not have been injured at all. The two spaceships were constantly collecting the presence of the battlefield. In order to get here as soon as possible, the shrines used a long-distance portal. This long-distance portal was a secret of the shrines. Because it consumed faith, this technology could not be popularized in the great world of God. Due to the massive consumption of faith power from the long-distance space, even the temple itself rarely used it. If it wasn't for the oracle this time, it would be impossible to use this kind of divine artifact like the space door. The temple detected an extra God-class presence in the star field of chaos. Due to the battle between the two God-class beings, the two God-class presences almost caused the temple's detection rune to explode. Under these circumstances, the shrines took this matter very seriously. After the 5 divine spirits received the report, the divine decree was issued. The shrines ordered in a deep voice, "Collect all the clues and return immediately." The Titan Golden Emperor came out of the portal. It was in a very bad state. Its divine body was missing, its divine blood was decreasing, and it had lost a bit of its divine consciousness. All of these made it very angry. What made the Titan Golden Emperor even angrier was that the method it left behind to deal with David was broken. According to the message from its divine consciousness, the part of its divine body left behind was taken by David as a trophy, and its divine consciousness was devoured by the black dragon Alexis. The Titan Golden Emperor was so angry that all the insectoids near the portal trembled. None of them dared to raise their heads. They all lowered their heads as much as possible. The Titan Golden Armored Emperor had no intention of venting its anger on these insectoids. With a wave of its hand, a sonic steel beetle king that it had prepared beforehand flew over. Just like before, he used up the sonic steel beetle king and allowed the Titan Gold Armored Emperor to return to the bug tribe's world. As soon as it entered the insectoid world, the Titan Golden Emperor felt the activation of the Emperor Inheritance pattern. The power of faith rushed over like a tidal wave and was converted into divine power. It couldn't help but feel refreshed. The Titan Gold Armored Emperor did not stop at all, nor did it greet the Blade Mantis Emperor. Instead, it mustered up its remaining strength and used the divine power it had just converted to tear the space apart. No matter where the other end of the space was, it could not stay here. The Titan Golden Emperor knew very well that if it stayed here, the Blade Mantis Emperor would not be able to resist the urge to kill it. Chapter 1038. The Blade Mantis Emperor didn't expect the Titan Golden Emperor to be so decisive. When the Blade Mantis Emperor sensed the return of the Titan Golden Emperor, discovered the Titan Golden Emperor's injuries, he had a plan in mind. He didn't have to take back the inheritance rune from David. He could just take it back and use it again. However, before the Blade Mantis Emperor could make a move, the Titan Golden Emperor had already left. The Blade Mantis Emperor hesitated for a moment and came to the spot where the Titan Gold Armored Emperor had left. It gathered its divine power on the blade, and then it drew a line in space. A spatial rift appeared, and it went in. The space gate had lost the protection of the Blade Mantis Emperor. However, the insectoids inside and outside the gate didn't know about this. They still followed their orders and rushed towards the gate. After returning to Gammy, David checked his loot. He didn't get much. There were only 2 things. The first was the tail of the Titan Golden Emperor. It was well preserved. The shiny golden carapace on it didn't weaken at all after leaving the body. It must be known that apart from the teeth and claws of the insectoids, other materials like the carapace would weaken as soon as they left the body of the insectoid. In the end, the materials left behind would have less than a fifth of their original performance. This was why only a small amount of materials could be extracted from such a large insectoid. Most of the carapace would be ignored. Of course, only the great world of God would be so extravagant. The Interstellar Federation would even collect the carapace of the insectoid carapace and use it to make special alloys. The second item was a complete leg of the Titan Golden Emperor and a small part of the carapace on the left side of its body. The thing that attracted David the most was the huge, dark golden claw at the front of the leg. Even if it wasn't forged, it would still be a weapon that far exceeded a level 5 weapon. He even had a feeling that a weapon made from these claws might be even more powerful than the Divine Knight's sword. The Black Dragon Alexis was worried that David did not know the importance of these two materials, and reminded him, "My lord, these are all divine weapon materials. If you want to make the most of them, it is best to wait until you have the strength of a demigod before forging them. If you're willing to wait, you can definitely forge offensive and defensive divine weapons with these two materials after you have become a god." The materials on the body of a deity were the best materials to begin with, but they were also the most difficult to obtain. Furthermore, the materials from the Titan Golden Emperor's body were of the highest quality, even among god-grade materials. This had something to do with the Titan Golden Emperor's constant use of divine power to strengthen itself for tens of thousands of years. Every inch of its carapace was the result of a massive amount of divine power being tempered daily. This kind of extravagant behavior could only be done by the Bug tribe, a race that had an extremely low usage of divine power, but had an endless supply of power of faith. In the battle between the Black Dragon Alexis and the Titan Golden Emperor, the Black Dragon Alexis had been unable to break through the Titan Golden Emperor's defense. This showed how terrifying the carapace of the Titan Golden Emperor's carapace was. If David had not accidentally entered the Bug tribe's world and ruined the Titan Golden Emperor's process of strengthening a small piece of its golden armor, leaving a fatal flaw in the Titan Golden Emperor, and then David had found a small piece of golden armor and pierced it, the Black Dragon Alexis would not have been able to severely injure the Titan Golden Emperor. The Titan Golden Emperor did not have this fatal flaw. Even if the Titan's body was about to end, it could still easily retreat from the battlefield. Of course, David's role in this battle was probably only known by the Titan Golden Emperor. Neither David nor the Black Dragon Alexis knew the reason behind it. "Then I'll put it away first. I'll use it later." David made his decision without hesitation. He now had the Divine Knight's battle sword for attack and the Divine Knight's armor for defense. At least, they were enough for him to use before he became a deity. Even after he became a deity, these two divine artifacts were still considered very good divine artifacts. David then checked the Titan Golden Emperor's 10-meter-long tail and a small part of the Titan Golden Emperor's body muscle tissue on the left side of its body. There was quite a lot of it. He was a little hesitant about what to do with this part of the body. There was never a part of a deity's body that was useless, especially for someone like David who was still in the legendary stage. Although the muscle tissue of a deity's body could not be used to make weapons and armor, it had a wide range of uses. From the inheritance of the top nobles in the great world of God, the deity's body of an evil deity was the best material for making sacred runes. Using an evil deity's body as a material could make the sacred rune's effects stronger and longer lasting. David understood that the so-called evil deity was just a propaganda of shrines. In fact, all deities' bodies were excellent materials for making sacred runes. Some of the best potions of the shrines also contained deity's body. Even when forging ordinary level 5 weapons and equipment, adding some muscle materials from the god's body could make the level 5 weapons and equipment better than other level 5 weapons and equipment. David was not hesitating because of these functions. Although he was a Grandmaster Alchemist and a Grandmaster Blacksmith, he did not have access to all the inheritance related to deity's body material. Only the shrine's own Grandmaster Alchemists had access to this knowledge. Now, he was thinking about whether or not these muscle tissue could be used to create clones of himself. He had obtained the results of the Institute of Immortality, but he did not have enough deity's body material before. This time, David had enough deity's body material to create at least 3 clones. Creating clones was not an easy task. Even with the results of the Institute of Immortality, he still had to redo the experiment. Fortunately, he had looted all the equipment of the Institute of Immortality. He had been busy with some things before and had delayed the installation. Now he had to put the rebuilding of the Institute of Immortality on the agenda. Creating cloned avatars would take a long time. David needed to fully grasp the knowledge left behind by the Institute of Eternal Sky and the Cube's super AI system, and turn all knowledge of life science into his own knowledge. Only then would he have the ability to create cloned avatars. Before that, David still had some things to do. His mind entered the 5 clones and shared the power of the Black Dragon that General David's clones had mastered through soul sharing. At the same time, watching the battle between the Black Dragon Alexis and the Titan Golden Emperor gave David more understanding of the power of the Black Dragon. These insights needed to be put into practice with the clones. It did not take too long for the 4 clones to master the power of the Black Dragon. The power of the Black Dragon was mastered by General David's clones. The relevant knowledge and experience could be replicated. David's main soul was also involved. In just a few hours, not only did the 4 clones master the power of the Black Dragon, but David's main body also mastered the power of the Black Dragon. His speed was far beyond the Black Dragon Alexis's previous estimation. The Black Dragon Alexis, who was lying on his shoulder, buried its head deep under its body. It did not want to look at this abnormal genius. Of course, David's requirements for himself were far from that. He activated the brainstorm talent ability and tried to use this spiritual talent ability to enhance his understanding of the power of the Black Dragon, and even the 2 basic rules of the speed rule and the strength rule. During the time when he got the brainstorm talent ability, he had a feeling that Director Hench had taken the wrong path. Of course, this was not accurate. No matter what, Director Hench had achieved something that even gods could not achieve. He had cloned a god-level life. Although there were still problems with the soul, this result was more radical than any god's research on life. David looked at the problem from a different perspective. Director Hench had taken the path of research. In his opinion, Director Hench had lost the ability to protect himself. If he did not even have the ability to protect himself, so what if his research was strong? The brainstorm talent ability had many uses. It was very effective in scientific research, and it was also very effective in the understanding of power at a deeper level. As for the problem of consumption, David did not have anything to do at the moment. He decided to officially go into seclusion. He left a Temple Knight clone on the surface of Gammy to handle matters. His main body and the 4 clones would stay in seclusion underground, activating the brainstorm talent ability every day to improve his understanding of the rules. In David's opinion, this was more important than cloning the 3 clones again. David made plans for a long time to come. On the Guardian planet, another clone of his was walking into the banquet hall. For this celebration banquet, David had changed into a lieutenant general's uniform. The exaggerated military uniform and the lieutenant general's rank were a strong contrast to his overly young appearance. The celebration banquet was held in a building on the surface that had not collapsed. The hall of this building had been renovated by the federal military. When David walked into the hall, he saw that the floor and walls were typical of the federal military style. The floor and walls were made of special alloy, which made the celebration banquet unique. Lieutenant General David, hello. As soon as he entered the banquet hall, an officer saluted and greeted him. David smiled and returned the salute. He had experienced too much. Although all the soldiers who saw him had a look of worship in their eyes, he had long been used to such gazes. In the great world of God, any knight who saw him would have the same look of worship. He was very calm. At the end of the day, his outlook was completely different from the others in the hall. The celebration banquet held by the federal military did not have too many formalities. Those who were invited came directly. There was no call out like the great world of God, and there was no butler service. David glanced around the hall and found that there were at least 40 knights of the Holy Cathedral here. Looks like the war is about to end. This was David's first thought. The war had just ended. Even if it was to prevent a counterattack from the insectoids, most of the Holy Cathedral Knight had to be kept in space defense. With so many Knight of the Holy Cathedral here, it could only mean that the war had taken a turn for the better. Admiral Francis, Chairman Gould, as the officers of the Interstellar Federation and the Holy Cathedral Knight of the great world of God greeted each other, the 2 high-ranking officers walked into the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, let me first announce a piece of good news. According to the feedback from the frontline scouts, the insectoids in the star system of chaos have turned around from the guardian planet. We have won the battle on the guardian planet, Admiral Francis announced loudly. The officers of the Interstellar Federation clapped enthusiastically. This war was the largest war in thousands of years. They felt proud that they could participate in such a war. Victory. This was how the Holy Cathedral Night of the great world of God celebrated. The Holy Cathedral Night had experienced this epic war. From the almost endless insectoid hordes to the legendary level insectoids, and even the appearance of God-level insectoids, this war had become a legend. Admiral Francis glanced at Chairman Gould and waved his hand, signaling Chairman Gould to continue speaking. I would also like to announce a piece of news to our distinguished guests. The War Shrines, the Earth Shrines, the Just Shrines, the Wealth Shrines, and the Knowledge Shrines have launched a full-scale cleanup operation against the insectoids in the star system of chaos. The 5 great gods will take action personally to completely eliminate the threat from the insectoids. Chairman Gould said with a smile, "Our Lord will win." The Knight of the Holy Cathedral shouted with joy on their faces. The officers of the Interstellar Federation didn't understand the meaning behind Chairman Gould's words. They were a little confused by the excitement of the Knight of the Holy Cathedral. David was the only one who understood how terrifying it would be if the 5 sacred halls and the 5 god spirits joined the fray. When the Titan Golden Emperor was fighting against the god of war, the first thing he thought of when he saw the other 4 gods was not to fight. Instead, he wanted to escape from the battle. From this, one could see how terrifying the 5 gods were. At that time, the 5 gods had only descended through their oracles. Their combat power was extremely limited. If the giant shrines were to attack, the restrictions would be a lot less, and the power would be greatly increased. No wonder the insectoids that were heading towards the Guardian planet all turn around. With such a powerful force heading towards Tula, the insectoids would of course have to fight back with all their might. Before the celebration, as usual, we would like to thank those who made outstanding contributions to this war. It was their fearlessness that won us the victory. General Francis raised his glass and said in a deep voice, "There were only 2 people who made outstanding contributions to this war. One was Lord Arthur. In the first half of the war, Lord Arthur forcefully stalled the insectoid wave at the cost of being heavily injured. He made a great contribution to the elimination of the first wave of insectoids. The second was General David. In the second half of the war, General David used his invincible sniping ability to almost seal the level 4 insectoids in front of the front lines. He even stood up at the most crucial moment and attracted the attention of the god-level insectoids. Lieutenant General David, Federation God of War. First, the officers of the Interstellar Federation cheered. Then, the Knight of the Holy Cathedral joined in. The title Federation God of War was called out by the Knight of the Great World of God. This was already the highest level of recognition the Holy Cathedral Knight had for David. Chapter 1039. The 5 gigantic shrines were advancing. At this time, the white light emitted by the shrines was even more intense. All the space within a radius of 200 kilometers was covered by the holy light spell. It was obvious that the 5 gods were really angry. Previously, when the portal appeared and the Zerg invaded, the 5 gods did not pay much attention to it. Instead, they thought it was a good opportunity to train the nobles and knight. The great world of God had not had a large-scale war for too long. The nobles had begun a slow process of corruption. In the eyes of the 5 gods, there was no single life. There was only the great world of God. In order to solve the problem of the nobles, external provocation was an excellent method. As for the deaths caused by the Zerg in the great world of God, for the gods who had lived for tens of thousands of years, it would only take a few decades for them to fully recover. If it were not for the Zerg god level invading the great world of God and provoking the 5 gods of the great world of God, The five gods would have allowed the Zerg to continue as long as the losses did not exceed their bottom line. However, the Zerg god level invading the great world of God provoked the five gods. The five gods ruled the great world of God and would not allow any other gods to act recklessly. It was not just the Titan gold-shelled Zerg. The five gods also issued a divine order to investigate the other god-level being who fought with the Titan gold-shelled Zerg. Although that god level had helped the great world of God and severely damaged the Titan gold-shelled Zerg, the five gods would not accept this favor. There could only be five gods in the great world of God. The rest were all evil. The five gods were actively dealing with the Zerg so that they could free up their hands to deal with other problems. The Grim Reaper and this mysterious god level were the five gods' biggest problems. The night following behind the five gigantic shrines had already relaxed. They could also see that the shrines were not prepared to let them do anything. This was because the range of the holy light spell of the five gigantic shrines was increasing. The Zerg could not even get close to 100 kilometers. There was no need for them to do anything. The insect tide is here, the high priest in the watchtower reported. Continue monitoring. Bishop McKinley replied in a low voice. The five bishops, including him, looked calm on the surface, but they were actually extremely excited. The shrine's holy light magic was far beyond their imagination. It was not something they could have done, but rather something that the gods had directly interfered with. In the eyes of the five bishops, there was no need to worry about the insect horde. The invincibility of God had long taken root in the hearts of the people of the great world of God. The five rational bishops also had blind faith in God. In the distance, the insectoid swarm charged into the white light of the radiant theurgy art. Like moths to a flame, the insectoids were reduced to ashes. Even the fourth-level insectoids with strong defenses could only hold on for a little longer. Numbers were a joke in front of the light divine spells of the five shrines. No matter how many insectoids there were, the light divine spells could easily wipe them out. Of course, behind the radiant theurgy art, there was a huge consumption of the power of faith. Perhaps in terms of obtaining the power of faith, the five gods who also own a world could not compare to the 8 god-level insectoids in the insectoid world. However, in terms of the use of the power of faith, there was a world of difference. The number of insectoids and the piety of the insectoids were incomparable to other races. The insectoids did not even have a sense of self. They only had a focus on their piety. Every insectoid was a devout believer. The rate of reproduction of the insectoids created a terrifying number of insectoids. Although the great world of God was also an independent world, due to the lack of basic technology, the population base was not high. It was even less than the population of the Interstellar Federation. For example, in the great world of God, the population of a habitable planet could reach 100 million. Habitable planets generally only had tens of millions of people. In the administrative planets of the Interstellar Federation, it was normal to have a population of 10 billion. This was the difference in basic technology. The number of people determined the production of the power of faith. In the great world of God, the ratio of devout believers was about 20-1. This ratio could only be achieved by taking advantage of the lack of knowledge of the commoners. Among the aristocrats, the ratio of devout believers was much lower. As their strength increased, the ratio decreased rapidly. When they became Knight Templars, many Templar Knights realized that the gods were just powerful beings. Therefore, there were Templar Knights who did things forbidden by the shrines in order to increase their strength. For example, President Gould's plan to slay the gods, former President Abe's deal with the evil god believers, and so on were all examples of this behavior. In the civilized world, knowledge was a double-edged sword. Knowledge could increase the humans' understanding of the world, thus allowing them to control and use nature. It could increase the survival rate of human beings and promote the development of human beings. However, after gaining knowledge, it would also reduce the humans' fear of the gods. The knowledge of the Interstellar Federation had almost reached the limit of technology. In the eyes of the humans of the Interstellar Federation, even the gods were just research materials. The advancement of technology also caused the world rules of the Interstellar Federation to greatly reject powerful forces and the gods. Only the ignorant and barbaric way of life of the Zerg would have the strongest faith. Of course, the use of the power of faith of the great world of God left the Zerg gods far behind in terms of technique. Using the least amount of power of faith to achieve more was the reason why the gods developed various divine spells. However, the Zerg gods lost the power of faith and the in-depth research of divine power because of the Emperor Inheritance Rune. They only focused on using it, which made it impossible for them to understand the power of faith and divine power on a deeper level. No one could tell who was right and who was wrong in the choice between the two worlds. The Zerg had a complete world, which meant that they were successful in the Zerg world. The gods of the great world of God also used their methods to complete the unification of the world. This also meant that the 5 gods were also successful. What's going on? Not a single level 5 Zerg has appeared. Bishop McKinley had been staring at the alchemy array. He was somewhat puzzled as he spoke through the communication array. Logically speaking, there should be a small number of level 5 Zergs controlling the Zerg tide. However, the Zerg tide had been attacking for so long, and not a single level 5 Zerg had appeared. This strange phenomenon puzzled Bishop McKinley. Naturally, Bishop McKinley didn't know that because the Blade Mantis Emperor had left the portal had lost its god-level Zerg overseeing it. For ordinary Zergs, they had no way of knowing the existence of a god-level Zerg. They would only continue to act according to the orders left behind by the Blade Mantis Emperor. However, for level 5 Zergs, without the restrictions of the Blade Mantis Emperor, they wouldn't risk their lives. This also caused the Zerg tide to not have a single level 5 Zerg. It also caused the Zerg tide to have no resistance at all. Although level 5 Zergs couldn't fight against the 5 shrines in the Zerg tide, they would at least be able to hold on for a while under the effects of the Divine Light spell. The battle wouldn't be as easy as it was now. It's a little strange. The Zerg tide is a little loose. Bishop Bolin replied through the communication array. Not only that, have you noticed that there are almost no Zergs with special innate abilities? Bishop Evans added, insectoids with special innate abilities were the backbone of the insectoid race. For example, the explosive spray insectoids with long-range attacks, the flash saber mantis with spatial abilities, and so on. These insectoids with special innate abilities played a decisive role in the attack of the insectoid tide. The 5 bishops present didn't believe that the Interstellar Federation had killed all of the Zergs with special innate abilities. No matter what the Zerg tide schemes are, we will fight them head-on, with the Great Lord taking action. The Zerg tide won't be able to pull any tricks, Bishop Bolin said with a smile. His words eased the tense atmosphere. The 5 shrines represented the will of the 5 gods, and were also an extension of their power. In the face of such power, any schemes and tricks would be illusory. The Zerg tide did not affect the speed of the 5 shrines. The 5 shrines were like giant bulldozers, going against the flow of the Zerg tide and crushing all the Zergs in their path. Since the Zerg tide had just ended the Guardian Planet battle and lost a large number of Zergs, the number of Zergs on the side of the great world of God had decreased sharply. The Zerg tide was only the last resistance of the Zerg tide. When the 5 shrines reached the position where they could see the Zerg tide was completely wiped out. Bishop McKinley looked at the Zerg tide that was still pouring into the Zerg tide and was in disbelief. What he thought was a battle of gods had ended with a strong start. Although there were still Zergs entering the Zerg tide, he didn't believe that the Zerg tide, which was only at level 3 at most, could stop the shrines from taking over the Zerg tide. Were the Zerg gods guarding the Zerg tide? Bishop McKinley mumbled to himself. No one answered him because the other 4 bishops, including the shrine's priests, were all in a daze. The shrines attacked the Zergs with the force of a thunderbolt. They used the most powerful shrines, but they only met with such resistance. It made them feel like they had punched nothing. To be honest, if they had known that the Zerg tide was this strong, they wouldn't have bothered the 5 gods. They could have just used the power of a knight to flatten this place. the 5 shrines continued to push forward. The light of the holy spell covered the Zerg tide, and the Zergs that were pouring in were committing suicide. The Zergs were not stupid. After realizing this, no more Zergs continued to enter the Zerg tide. Victory! The war is over. All kinds of cheers were heard from the knight. Although knights were proud of fighting, no one liked a war of this level. Level 5, Legendary, and deities all participated in this war, turning it into a war between gods. Let alone a level 4 Sky Knight. Even a level 5 Knight would have a high chance of dying in a war of this level. The shrines wiped out the Zergs and forcibly occupied the Zerg tide. No matter how weak the Zerg's resistance was, it couldn't erase the shrine's contribution. Many Knight even thought that the Zergs saw the power of the shrines and directly gave up on the Zerg tide. In the cheers, the 5 shrines surrounded the Zerg tide and formed 5 points in a pentagram. Then, several white lights connected the 5 shrines and formed a pentagram in the center of the chaotic starfield. The shrines used a lot this time, using 5 shrines to seal the Zerg tide. It should be known that any one of the 5 shrines would cost a lot of construction materials, not to mention the large number of shrines drawn to build the shrines. The cost of a shrine's materials exceeded the cost of the construction materials. The 5 shrines ruled the great world of God and occupied most of the great world of God's resources. Only then could they have the courage and ability to spend so much. The pentagram formed by the 5 shrines sealed the Zerg tide. Even if the Zerg wanted to break through, they would have to consider the possibility of a concentrated attack from the 5 shrines at any time. Under such a threat, the Zerg tide was completely controlled by the great world of God. Bishop McKinley activated the shrine's runes and announced to all the knights near the Zerg tide, "Knights of God, our Lord has issued a world war mission. Any knight may enter the Zerg tide, through the Zerg tide, through the Zerg tide. The Zerg tide's materials will belong to the knight, and according to the Zerg tide killed by the knight, you will be rewarded accordingly." A world war mission was a dimensional war. It was only because the 5 most powerful gods could not participate that such a mission was issued. The knights who were very excited just now looked at each other. They looked at the Zerg tide, and no knight said anything about accepting the world war mission. Even the knights of the great world of God were silent. This was not the first time the great world of God had dealt with the Zerg. Previously, it was on the War Star, and now it was in the chaotic starfield. But no matter where it was, the knight's impression of the Zerg was that they were terrifying in numbers. No knight dared to risk entering the Zerg tide's tide. No one who entered the Zerg tide's tide had ever returned alive. In the legends of the great world of God, the Zerg tide's tide was hell. Of course, it was impossible to say that this world war mission was not attractive. Bishop McKinley was not in a hurry. This world war mission had already been issued, and it did not matter when someone accepted it. The shrines had used 5 huge shrines as the price to build an unparalleled defense around the Zerg tide's tide. This allowed any knight who entered the Zerg tide's tide to retreat into the Zerg tide's tide when they encountered danger. They believed that with the temptation of Zerg materials and war achievements, some knights who did not have the means to obtain Zerg materials and war achievements would take the risk to participate. Of course, the temple was also doing this to investigate the insectoids. The temple could not use its own forces to exhaust the insectoids, so it could release some bait to let the knights in need complete the investigation. Naturally, the temple would choose the method with the least losses. In the future, the chaotic starfield will no longer be chaotic. A planet-level portal will be built here, and any knight will be able to teleport at any time. Bishop McKinley continued to announce. In the past, the chaotic starfield was chaotic because there was no way to teleport. All transportation had to rely on starships. Now that there was a base, the desperados of the chaotic starfield had no place to live. Chapter 1040. The celebration banquet on the Guardian planet was coming to an end. The Holy Knight of the great world of God and the officers of the Federation had gotten closer because of the war. They were no longer as distant as before and were now chatting and laughing with each other. David noticed that the elites of both the Federation and the great world of God were almost all proficient in the language of the other world. This was not surprising. The Holy Knight, who could participate in the war, were almost all from the top nobles. The education they received was far from what normal nobles could compare to. As for the officers of the Interstellar Federation, the first requirement for being sent to the great world of God was to be proficient in the language of the great world of God. David was a little curious. Previously, he was pestered by many top nobles to introduce their family's duchess. Today, the Holy Knight was only talking about some interesting news and had no intention of winning him over. "Sorry, General David," Lord Ludwig, who was chatting with him about the history of the great world of God, called out apologetically. Lord Ludwig knew very well that important news came from the Lord Communication Circle. Anything he set up to disturb him directly was extremely important. In the hall of the celebration banquet, it was not just Lord Ludwig. Many top nobles took out their Lord Communication Circles. Even David's main body, who was cultivating in the underground of Cami Star, had its Lord Contact Array activated. David's main body separated a soul avatar to control the Lord Contact Array. This news stunned David's main body. Just a moment ago, the 5 shrines destroyed the insectoids near the space gate of the chaotic interstellar sector and took control of the space gate. The war was over. The space gate was under the control of the shrines. David could not help but feel relieved. At least the space gate was under the control of the shrines. It would not be so easy for the Zerg to find trouble with him. David's main body put away the Lord Communication Circle and returned to training. Victory! The space gate is back. In the hall of the celebration banquet, many lords waved their fists and shouted excitedly. For this war, even the top nobles paid a heavy price. Every Holy Knight's family had a knight die because of this war. These knights were all elites cultivated by their families. As long as the war did not end, more elites of their families would die. Even a Holy Knight's death. This kind of loss was enough to turn a top noble's prosperity into decline. None of the noble families wanted such a situation to happen. The war had exceeded the expectations of all the nobles from the very beginning. It escalated from a level 5 war to legendary, then to demigod, and finally to divine. Upon hearing the cheers of the Holy Knights, General Francis turned his head and asked Gould, who was looking at him with an excited expression. No matter what, the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation were currently in a honeymoon period. They had to share information if something big happened. The shrines wiped out the Zergs at the space gate in the chaotic interstellar sector and took control of the space gate. Now, our war with the Zergs has been switched. We have the ability to enter the Zerg world at any time, and the Zergs can no longer use the space gate. Gould did not hide the news. This news should be known to the federal military, who also participated in the war. Francis's eyes narrowed. The first thing he thought of was not the Zergs being defeated, but the space gate being controlled. They could attack the Zerg world from there. The space gate was no longer a dangerous place. It was a very valuable strategic location. If used properly, a new resource channel could be opened from there. The resources mentioned here were insectoid corpses, insectoid strengthened meat, insectoid materials, insectoid shells, and so on. They were all extremely important strategic resources. Although the shrines took down the space gate in the end, the Federation Army also made a great contribution. After the war ended, the two worlds would need to discuss the specific post-war distribution of benefits. Speaker Gould, what happened to the Zerg God-level Zerg at the space gate? Francis thought for a moment and asked. According to the news I received, no Zerg God-level Zerg appeared at the space gate. Not even a level 5 Zerg appeared. It seems like the Zergs have given up on the space gate. Speaker Gould replied with a doubtful expression. Then what did the shrines do with the space gate? Francis continued to ask. Speaker Gould understood the meaning behind Francis's words. He also thought about the distribution of benefits after the war. This was related to the relationship between the two worlds. They could not afford to be careless. The shrines issued a World War mission and allowed Knight to enter the Zerg world through the space gate. Speaker Gould replied, I hope that the Interstellar Federation Army also has the right to use the space gate to enter the Zerg world. Francis suggested. There was no way to back down on this matter. Francis understood this very well. He was a soldier and did not need diplomatic language to communicate. He directly expressed his thoughts. Admiral Francis, I will need to discuss this with the shrines. I personally support this. The Zerg world is our common enemy. With the cooperation of both sides, we can better deal with the Zerg world. Speaker Gould said in a deep voice after thinking for a moment. General Francis smiled. He raised his glass, and Chairman Gould also raised his glass with a smile. As they clinked their glasses, a partnership that would last for many years was formed. Both Speaker Gould and Francis understood that as long as the Supreme Council of the Great World of God supported the Interstellar Federation Army's participation in the counterattack against the Zerg world, the shrines would not have any major problems. The only things that needed to be paid attention to were some details, which would be negotiated by the professionals of both sides. The shrine's clergy were almost all aristocrats. As long as it did not involve the safety of the Great World of God, the shrines would basically listen to the Supreme Council. As for the five gods, they would not pay attention to such trivial matters. The celebration banquet was even more lively because of the news of victory. Everyone, after the banquet, there will be a ball. On behalf of the Great World of God, I thank the Federation Army for their contribution. Please enjoy yourselves. Speaker Gould announced with a smile. David did not see any surprise on Francis's face. He knew that Francis knew about this too. In other words, the Interstellar Federation Army organized a celebration banquet, and the Great World of God organized a ball. This celebration event was jointly planned by the top brass of both sides. This was understandable. The Interstellar Federation Army was the main force of this defensive battle and half the owner of the Guardian planet. It was only natural for them to organize a celebration banquet. The battlefield was in the Great World of God, and the Great World of God naturally had to thank its allies in this war. Therefore, the ball was a matter of course. However, both sides did not expect that this celebration banquet would truly become a celebration banquet for the entire battle because of the complete end of the war. Speaker Gould clapped his hands, and a band of more than 30 people filed in from the door. They quickly occupied a corner of the hall with a variety of instruments. Then, there was a group of young men and women in aristocratic clothes, as well as a group of men and women in military uniforms. David saw the imprints on the corners of the young men and women in aristocratic clothes. These young men and women were born in the top nobles, and the men and women in military were the elites of the Interstellar Federation Army. With the addition of these young men, the atmosphere in the hall became more relaxed. One had to know that everyone in the hall was either a high-ranking person or a level 5 powerhouse. No matter how lively it was, they would still maintain their status. David retreated to the side. Although he was about the same age as these young men, his mentality was completely different from theirs. Lord Ludwig walked over with a beautiful woman in a traditional dress. The Viscount's medal on her chest showed that she was different from the rest. Even if it was a top noble, if they wanted to give a female descendant a title, it would not be easy to give a female descendant a Viscount title. The price to pay for every increase in rank was a gradual increase. Top nobles also had many descendants, so how could they pay too much for a single descendant? There were only so many missions every year, and as a top noble, they could not take up too many missions. This showed how much importance the Hopkinson family placed on this countess. This was equivalent to guaranteeing the status of a noble for 2 generations. After the countess passed through the countess generation, the countess could also keep the countess title for another generation. General David, why are you drinking alone here? Let me introduce you. This is my niece, Countess Julia. Lord Ludwig introduced with a smile. David felt that the name was familiar. Wasn't this the genius knight that Lord Ludwig wanted to introduce to him? He couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. At this time, how could he not understand what this group of nobles wanted to do? Greetings, Countess Julia. David smiled and saluted. Julia looked at David with eyes full of dissatisfaction. She smiled and bowed. I've long heard of your great name, General. I wonder if I have the opportunity to fight with you. David was slightly surprised. The bow was a rare female battle salute. It was different from traditional etiquette. This kind of salute allowed a woman to maintain her battle state at all times. He looked at Lady Julia. To be honest, he didn't notice Lady Julia's strength before. In David's eyes, any knight below level 5 was about the same. Even a level 5 knight could barely take a hit from him. Julia's strength was close to that of a level 4 Sky Knight. She could be considered a top genius at her age. The top nobles wouldn't spoil things with excessive enthusiasm. Every knight was well prepared. Julia, don't mess around. I'm not General David's match, Lord Ludwig said with some helplessness. Julia had become a reserve knight of the family because of her rich bloodline. For this reason, the family didn't hesitate to give Julia the title of Viscount. After Julia got married, she could continue to stay in the family. The title of Viscount was enough for her to determine her dominance after marriage. But this time, Countess Julia was urgently transferred to the Guardian planet and wanted to introduce a federal general to Countess Julia. This made her very dissatisfied, which was why she challenged him. Although the family also explained David's strength, the deep-rooted concept was that the low strength of the Interstellar Federation was confirmed by the great world of God. In Julia's eyes, a Federation general was not even as strong as her. What qualifications did he have to go on a blind date with her? Hearing Lord Ludwig say that he was not as good as General David, Julia looked at David differently. Even if Lord Ludwig was lying, he wouldn't lie about strength. After all, this was related to the honor of the Hopkinson family. Lord Ludwig, since Julia doesn't like it, you don't have to force it. General David, this is my daughter, Angelina. Although she doesn't have the talent of a knight, she is good at dancing. Why don't you dance? At this time, Lord Darrell came over with an equally beautiful woman. He probably heard the previous conversation and said with a smile, Greetings, General David. Angelina looked at David shyly and bowed with a well-behaved look. David felt helpless. He had seen Countess Angelina before. When his main body attended the banquet, the Countess Angelina he saw was not like this. There were always many young nobles around Countess Angelina. Hello, Countess Angelina, David replied with a salute. At this time, he saw another lord and a greater noble temple knight coming over with a young woman. He didn't want to stay here at all. How was this a celebration party? It was simply a blind date. The key was that David also knew what these nobles were thinking. The nobles were not interested in his strength, but his bloodline. Otherwise, how could these extremely closed-off nobles be interested in his identity as a member of the Interstellar Federation? Even if he had the rank of lieutenant general, he would not be heavily invested in. Sorry, I have some military matters to deal with. Excuse me, David said apologetically. After speaking, without waiting for the others to reply, his figure flashed a few times and disappeared in the hall. Both Lord Ludwig and Lord Darrell looked at David's disappearance with some annoyance. They glared at each other and complained in their hearts that the appearance of each other frightened David and made him flee here. Lady Julia was stunned as she looked at the place where David disappeared. With her strength, she couldn't see how David left. She only saw that after David said goodbye, his figure disappeared into thin air. It was not Countess Julia's fault. For Countess Julia, the speed of a legendary was no different from disappearing directly. An indescribable feeling rose in Lady Julia's heart. As a genius knight, she was proud, but David's strength made her feel a huge blow. Julia, don't compare yourself with General David. His talent is unmatched in the whole great world of God. Lord Ludwig saw the desolation on Julia's face and hurriedly tried to persuade her. But after saying that no one could match him, he hesitated for a moment and changed his words. Perhaps Lord Arthur might have talent that is not inferior to him. Chapter 1041. With the end of the war, the Interstellar Federation's army had to withdraw from the great world of God. However, this evacuation would take time. It would take time to dismantle and transport a large amount of equipment, especially the bastions and the defense systems on Defender. That would take a long time to get rid of. This was also the time for negotiations between the two sides. The federal military and the Supreme Council of the Great World of God were discussing the distribution of benefits after the war. None of this had anything to do with David. As the first batch of meritorious personnel to return to the Interstellar Federation, David would leave the Great World of God with the two fleets that left first and head to Planet of Origin to receive his reward. Among the 20,000 warships, the most eye-catching ships were not the two carriers, but the destroyer that was surrounded by many warships. This was David's ship. This destroyer did not join the fleet's formation. It stood alone in the center of the two fleets, flanked by two carriers. As a sign of respect, the two carriers distanced themselves from the destroyer. David did not pay attention to the arrangements of the two fleets. Everything was being coordinated by Kits. He sat in the captain's chair and connected his mind to his body in the distance, participating in the comprehension of the laws. Just as the fleet passed through the borders of the great world of God and entered the outer space of planet Battlestar, David felt the suppression of the laws of the world on him disappear, and his body relaxed. The fleet did not stop outside planet Battlestar and entered the Interstellar Federation's territory. David's mood improved because the laws of the Interstellar Federation were friendly to him, making him feel particularly comfortable. Like a wanderer returning home, the sense of familiarity with the Interstellar Federation was incomparable to that of other worlds. When they arrived at the battle zone, David's destroyer and two other frigates left the Federation fleet. The two fleets of the Federation needed to return to their base. The carriers could not pass through the space portal and could only sail. The two frigates were full of meritorious military personnel. They would be received by the upper echelons of the Federation along with David. As soon as the destroyer and the two frigates left the two fleets, a small fleet of 100 warships came to greet them. This seamless protection showed how much importance the military placed on these meritorious soldiers. The destroyer and two frigates were led by a small fleet and entered the defensive line of nearly 100,000 warships. There was a military space portal there. Through this space portal, David arrived near the planet of origin. The large warship was left at the spaceport. David and more than 300 soldiers who had made meritorious contributions boarded landing ships and entered the planet of origin. It only took them 3 days to leave the great world of God and return to the planet of origin. For the sake of the war, the military had built a special channel that allowed for the smooth transportation of large amounts of strategic resources, as well as the mobilization of personnel. What happened on the planet of origin? David saw that there were still many people gathering on planet Origin, even though it was daytime. This was not the usual state of planet Origin, so he asked the soldier who was piloting the landing ship. If it were 3 days ago, David would have thought that this was a celebration of the end of the war. However, 3 days had passed, and he did not believe that the celebration was still going on. The Interstellar Federation was in an era of rapid information exchange. Even if the news of the end of the war did not last long. The war was not within the borders of the Interstellar Federation. Although there was military control, for most ordinary people, this war was still too far away. Lieutenant General David, this is a campaign organized by the politicians. I heard that there are 6 candidates for the presidency this time. As soon as the war is over, these politicians can't wait. The soldier obviously did not like the behavior of the politicians and said with slight sarcasm. David nodded. Since the war was over, the military control of the federal military would also be over. President Barnard was embroiled in scandals. Coupled with the fact that he was on the wrong side of the great world of God, this caused the military to completely abandon President Barnard. During the period of military control, because there were not many other matters, the Federation government successfully passed the impeachment process of President Barnard. President Barnard was also lucky to become one of the few presidents of the Interstellar Federation to be successfully impeached and was recorded in the history of the Interstellar Federation. It was important to know that the impeachment process was extremely complicated. Generally, as long as one of the processes was blocked, the impeachment could be delayed until the end of the president's term. President Barnard was different. He had just taken over the position of president and was impeached. Without full control of power, the resistance to impeachment was much smaller. The most important thing was the attitude of the military. Although the federal military was independent of the Federation government and was only subject to the military budget of the Federation government, the attitude of the federal military determined the choice of the government. Let's hope for a good result, David said softly. Dozens of landing ships landed on the lawn of the Federal High Command. Senior military officials, including Grand Marshal Andre, stood on the lawn and personally welcomed the heroes of the Federation. More than 4 cameras filmed the scene. These would appear in the news of the Interstellar Federation and be recorded in the history of the war. Welcome, you're the pride of the Federation soldiers. You used your strong shoulders to carry the shield of the Federation and kept the Zerg out of the world. Grand Marshal Andre said loudly with very encouraging words. After that was a half-hour-long speech. Grand Marshal Andre reported the course of the war to the citizens of the Interstellar Federation through the camera, as well as the bravery and strength of the Federation soldiers. This was a glorious war. They only lost less than 50,000 Federation soldiers to obtain victory. This made Grand Marshal Andre feel very good. In the past, the Interstellar Federation's army appeared in the form of expendable goods in the war with the Zerg. This time, the Interstellar Federation's army participated in the war as the main force and displayed extremely strong combat power in the war. Not only did they eliminate a large number of Zerg, but they also displayed their strength to the Alliance's big world. Out of David's expectations, in this half-hour speech, Grand Marshal Andre only briefly mentioned David's achievements and did not describe them in detail. David did not pay too much attention to it. He was now considered successful in the Interstellar Federation. He only needed to focus on increasing his strength in the future. He controlled a lot of wealth and had a certain amount of influence in the Federation. As for power, with his relationship with Grand Marshal Andre, it could be said that he was close to the center of the Federation's power. David did not have high requirements in the Federation. He only wanted the ability to protect himself. Now, he could say that he had no problem protecting himself in the Federation. After that was the commendation. The soldiers who had contributed to the war came forward one by one, and Grand Marshal Andre personally presented them. Lieutenant General David, please come up to the stage to receive your commendation. Grand Marshal Andre personally announced the last soldier. Previously, the soldiers who had contributed to the war were all announced by Jekyll's adjutant. Grand Marshal Andre treated them differently. However, most of the soldiers present felt that this was natural. Their gazes of admiration, envy, and suspicion fell on David. The gazes of admiration and envy came from soldiers who were very familiar with war. This was especially true for the soldiers who had participated in this war. They knew how powerful General David was. Those who were suspicious thought from another perspective. How could someone from the Federation be stronger than a knight from the great world of God? Many of the soldiers were not suspicious. It was just that they had not seen it with their own eyes. Having doubts in their hearts was an attitude that soldiers of the Federation should have. David walked in front of Grand Marshal Andre under the gazes of many people and the filming of many cameras. The Federation thanks you, Grand Marshal Andre said softly. His voice was very low. Other than David, who was standing in front of him, no one else could hear this sentence. Lieutenant General David, due to his outstanding military achievements, the Federal High Command has decided to confer him the rank of General. Grand Marshal Andre announced loudly. Boom! The noise that should not have appeared at the military commendation ceremony rose. The rank of General was the highest rank in the military. Above it was the only special rank of Grand Marshal. Every year, only the commander of the military had the qualifications to hold this rank. In other words, the rank of General was almost the highest rank in the military. Unless one became a commander, there was no way to be promoted. Lieutenant General David had only been promoted to lieutenant general for a short period of time. It had not been more than 10 days, but he had been promoted from major general to lieutenant general, and then from lieutenant general to general. This kind of promotion had never happened in the history of the Interstellar Federation. David's performance was replaced by Grand Marshal Andre's praise of his outstanding military achievements. Grand Marshal Andre maintained a smile on his face. He felt helpless in his heart. He did not want to confer the rank of general to David so early. This was not a good thing for David. The rank of general made it impossible for David to command a normal army. David did not have the experience of commanding a medium army. It was almost impossible for him to command a large army as a general. For example, General Francis could command a large army because he had climbed up step by step from the bottom. He had been in command of warships, small fleets, medium fleets, and large fleets. Only then did he have the authority to command a large army. Although David had expressed that he did not want to fight for power in the military, Grand Marshal Andre still had some thoughts. He wanted David to have a greater development in the military after he changed his mind. David's military service this time was simply too great. He had withstood the attack of the insectoid horde alone. Just the military service of killing the level 4 and level 5 insectoids alone was more than enough for him to be promoted to the rank of general. Not to mention the role David had played in this battle. It could be said that without David, there would not have been a victory for the Guardian Planet. If it were other soldiers, they could be rewarded in other ways. However, David was special. He had saved Grand Marshal Andre and many other generals before. He had saved the military's face on the world's live broadcast. He had been given the special title of Federation War God by Grand Marshal Andre. David also had the title of Nation Knight and had accumulated a lot of military achievements. The military had no higher honor to give him. The federal military had always had a mandatory reward, and that was promotion. This mandatory reward was given to soldiers who had made great contributions on the battlefield. No one could stop this reward. It was because of this that Grand Marshal Andre could not stop David from being promoted to general. Within the federal military, the deputy commanders also understood that David had to be promoted to general. They did not want to leave any hidden problems on David's resume. David would definitely become a Grand Marshal in the future. Thank you, Grand Marshal Andre. Thank you, Federal High Command. David replied with a military salute. Come to my office later. I have something to talk to you about. Grand Marshal Andre ordered softly as he helped David put on the rank of general. David nodded slightly. After he put on the rank of general, he turned around and saluted to the soldiers present. All the soldiers returned the salute. The soldiers present witnessed the emergence of a new giant in the federal military. In the federal military, any general could be called a giant. However, at this time, David could only be considered a small giant. Only when he became the deputy commander of the Federal High Command could he be considered a true giant in the federal military. Currently, General David was just an empty shell. Of course, the federal military would not let him be an empty shell. Some of the necessary equipment would follow later. The main reason was that the war ended too quickly. Even this award ceremony was a little rushed. However, the war was already over. The Federation was also involved in the presidential election. If the federal military did not hold an award ceremony, the number of people who paid attention to these war heroes would decrease. After the award ceremony ended, the soldiers of the Federal High Command left with the soldiers who had performed meritorious deeds. No one came to David's side. This was because he was also considered a member of the Federal High Command. This was his home ground. Just as David was about to go to the Grand Marshal's office, Jekyll's adjutant appeared and said with a smile, "General David, please follow me." It was still the same office. David saw many officers leaving the office at the door. These are all battle strategists. The Grand Marshal wants to talk to you alone. Jekyll's adjutant explained softly. David nodded. Although the war had ended, the army had not completely withdrawn. There were still many things that needed Grand Marshal Andre to deal with. Naturally, the battle strategists were needed at all times. Jekyll's adjutant opened the door for David. David walked in. In the office, Grand Marshal Andre stood up from behind the desk and sat down on the sofa. Then, he personally poured a glass of water for David. "Sit down." Grand Marshal Andre pointed to the side and said, "Sorry to disturb you." David sat down and said, "Is it a little strange that we didn't publicize your achievements?" Grand Marshal Andre asked with a smile. "The Grand Marshal has his own considerations. I don't mind," David replied with a smile. Grand Marshal Andre looked closely at David's expression and realized that David really didn't mind. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart at how open-minded David was. If he had such achievements and returned to the Federation without any reports, he wouldn't be as calm as David. Chapter 1042. News came from the great world of God that you have the body of a black dragon. The great world of God calls you a God-tier life form. Although I used my authority to suppress this news, it still spread. Grand Marshal Andre said to David. David did not find it strange that news of the Black Dragon's body would spread to the Interstellar Federation. Some nobles in Warstar had connections with the Federation. News of the Black Dragon's body was not a secret among the upper echelons of the great world of God, so it was not strange that the Interstellar Federation knew about it. However, what he did not understand was how this Black Dragon's body affected the Interstellar Federation. After all, the Interstellar Federation did not have any gods. They also encouraged individuals to increase their own strength. Whether it was the military, the government, or the various large financial groups, they would spare no effort to support and nurture talented individuals. Did you offend anyone in the great world of God? Grand Marshal Andre suddenly changed the topic. No, I haven't interacted with many people from the great world of God. I don't feel that anyone from the great world of God has any ill intentions toward me. David replied with certainty. David's clone was also at the legendary rank. Because he had grasped the power of the Black Dragon, he had steadily reached the strength of an intermediate legendary rank. With this kind of strength, once someone weaker than him exposed their hostility in front of him, he would be able to sense it immediately. That's strange. The great world of God sent news that your bloodline is of great help to longevity. It can even extend your lifespan by 1,000 years. It's obvious that they're trying to sow discord. Grand Marshal Andre said doubtfully. The people behind some of the superpowers in the Interstellar Federation had enormous wealth and power. There were not many things in the world that could attract them. Extending their lifespan was one of the most important things. The people from the great world of God should have understood this, yet they still sent such news. It was obvious that they wanted the Interstellar Federation to deal with David. The nobles of the great world of God probably want me to lose my footing in the Interstellar Federation so that I can live in the great world of God. David said helplessly as he shook his head. David thought of the nobles' attempts to recruit him. At the ball before he returned, the nobles had brought many outstanding ladies. It was obvious that they wanted him to stay. It was highly possible that the top nobles had sent a message to the Interstellar Federation, forcing David to have no place to stay and choose to live in a deity's macro world. It seems that the deity Great World values your black dragon body very much. Marshal Andre understood the crux of the matter after hearing David's explanation. Is there someone who wants to deal with me? David asked with a faint smile. Grand Marshal Andre felt a chill in his heart. David's question was filled with killing intent. Grand Marshal Andre knew very well that David had not used a massacre when he destroyed the 3 major financial groups because he wanted to give the military face and listen to his advice. However, if someone wanted to deal with David, David would not tolerate such provocation. A massacre was unavoidable. I have a few research institutes that want to obtain your blood. They say that they need to conduct research. Even the Federation's Research Institute has made a request, but I rejected them all. Grand Marshal Andre replied, How bold. Tell them that if they want my blood, tell them to ask me for it. David said in a deep voice, You don't have to be so agitated. You're already an admiral. Don't always think about fighting and killing. I'm transferring an elite army to guard you. Also, I'll leave behind 200 battleships from the front lines for you." Grand Marshal Andre said as he waved his hand, feeling a headache coming on. The treatment of an admiral was very high. The military would usually have a guard of 1,000 soldiers and a fleet of 200 battleships. Originally, Grand Marshal Andre had planned to arrange for at least 6 transcendent personnel for David. However, transferring 6 transcendent personnel in such a short time was somewhat troublesome. Just the handover of work alone would take at least a month. "Actually, I don't need these transcendent personnel," David said indifferently, without the slightest hint of joy or excitement. "This is the rule. You're an admiral of the military. It's necessary for you to have a presence. You can't go anywhere alone, right? What would that look like?" Grand Marshal Andre said with a heavy tone. Then he softened his voice and said, "With your strength, you naturally wouldn't want these transcendent personnel, but having them will save you a lot of trouble." "All right." David nodded reluctantly. Grand Marshal Andre didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw David's reluctance. He could tell that David really wasn't interested in power. "Also, I'll transfer an intelligence team to you. Don't do anything yourself if you find out anything. Once you get the evidence, send the army to eliminate them for treason." Grand Marshal Andre continued. Although Grand Marshal Andre didn't have David's terrifying martial prowess, it was impossible for him to be able to sit firmly in the position of Grand Marshal of the Federation's military for several decades and suppress the entire Federation's military without using thunderous methods. Grand Marshal Andre was teaching David how to deal with those who had ulterior motives without dirtying his own hands. One had to know that although David had wiped out the 3 major financial groups without hesitation, it had also made many financial groups apprehensive and put David in the spotlight. According to Grand Marshal Andre's method, there was no need for David to do anything. With the military support, as long as they were charged with treason, neither wealth nor power would be able to protect them. In the end, the other party wouldn't even know how they died, let alone who they would seek revenge on. David nodded. At this moment, he also realized that his status as a general was really useful. In the past, he had always used brute force to sweep through everything. Now, he didn't even need to do anything. He just needed to say something, and someone would settle everything for him. "Grand Marshal, thank you." David thanked him sincerely. He knew that if the general wanted to establish an intelligence team, he would have to build it himself and accumulate it bit by bit. How could the Grand Marshal directly send his intelligence team over? With this intelligence team, coupled with David's own current intelligence organization, the rate of intelligence gathering would be greatly increased. "Don't thank me. I still have something to ask you. What kind of sniper rifle is that?" The equipment department has been sending in several applications every day. They want to get the data of that sniper rifle of yours. Grand Marshal Andre waved his hand and said, David relied on a sniper rifle in space to suppress a high-level insectoid. When this news came back, the equipment department almost went crazy. A level 4 insectoid required multiple main cannons to attack at the same time. A level 5 insectoid required thousands or even tens of thousands of main cannons to attack at the same time, or even stronger space weapons. However, no matter what kind of attack method was used, there was a prerequisite, and that was the size of the weapon. What did David have in his hand? It was a sniper rifle. As a personal weapon, a sniper rifle could easily kill a level 4 or 5 insectoid. How could the equipment department not go crazy over this? In the weapons research department of the equipment department, as long as it was a researcher who understood weapons, they couldn't believe that such a personal weapon existed. However, this was the truth. The videos and battle reports from the front lines could objectively reflect the existence of a sniper rifle. You're talking about this sniper rifle, right? David waved his hand and took out the level 5 roaring sniper rifle from his portal ring. He placed it in front of Grand Marshal Andre. Grand Marshal Andre saw the level 5 roaring sniper rifle at first glance and understood that this weapon couldn't be replicated. The faint golden glow on the gun body meant that this sniper rifle was made of level 5 materials. Even if the Interstellar Federation took out all the level 5 materials they had, it wouldn't be enough to make a sniper rifle like this. I'm not going to take this sniper rifle away. Let the professionals take a look. I don't understand. Grand Marshal Andre originally wanted David to leave the sniper rifle for a few days and let the researchers in the equipment department study it before returning it to David. However, after seeing this level 5 material sniper rifle, he understood the value of this sniper rifle. If the researchers destroyed it, he wouldn't be able to come up with a way to compensate them. In order to stop the equipment department from bothering him, he thought of letting the equipment department send someone over to check the sniper rifle on the spot. I'll listen to you. I'll wait here for them to finish looking. David nodded in agreement. He also didn't want someone to take out the level 5 roaring sniper rifle. This sniper rifle was still quite useful for clones. The clones lacked long-range attacks, and a level 5 roaring sniper rifle could easily kill any level 5 or below. After getting David's agreement, Grand Marshal Andre gave an order to Jekyll's adjutant outside the door. David and Grand Marshal Andre drank half a glass of water before Jekyll's adjutant brought them into the Grand Marshal's office. When Minister Dalton from the Federal Military Equipment Department walked into the Grand Marshal's office, his eyes narrowed slightly. He saw the Grand Marshal and General David sitting on the sofa. From the looks of it, the two parties seemed to be very close. The rumors are true. The Grand Marshal and General David have a very close relationship. Minister Dalton thought to himself, Minister Dalton is here. Let me introduce you to General David. Grand Marshal Andre greeted with a smile and then said to David, This is Minister Dalton. If you need any good weapons in the future, you can go to him. General David, it's an honor to meet you. Minister Dalton saluted. He was only a lieutenant general. Although he held an important position, he still had to take the initiative to salute General David. Minister Dalton, nice to meet you. David returned the salute. David didn't pay attention to Grand Marshal Andre's words. Even Grand Marshal Andre couldn't make the decision to give him a weapon he wanted in the Federation, let alone Dalton. Minister Dalton didn't forget about the person who came with him. He was about to introduce him when he realized that the person next to him was gone. He then saw that the person had already bent over the sniper rifle and was carefully inspecting it. That's Professor Gasker, our personal weapon expert. Minister Dalton pointed at Professor Gasker's indecent posture and introduced him with embarrassment. Amazing, this is amazing. The pattern of the great world of God was perfectly integrated with the sniper rifle. This technique must be done by at least a Grandmaster Alchemist. Otherwise, it wouldn't be perfect. The craftsmanship of this sniper rifle has reached the nano level. Which company can process level 5 materials to the nano level? Professor Gasker ignored Minister Dalton's words and muttered to himself while inspecting the sniper rifle. Grand Marshal Andre, David, and Minister Dalton couldn't do anything about the situation. They all sat aside and waited for Professor Gasker to inspect the sniper rifle. David admired the Interstellar Federation for this. Regardless of status, everyone would maintain respect for professionals. Just like now, Professor Gasker was very rude, but Grand Marshal Andre still tolerated him. After a long time, Professor Gasker finally looked away from the sniper rifle. His eyes were full of pity. Professor Gasker, this is General David, the owner of this sniper rifle. He used this sniper rifle to stop the insect swarm on the great world of God. Minister Dalton took the opportunity to introduce Professor Gasker. Impossible. Professor Gasker looked at David from head to toe and said with certainty, Professor Gasker, don't talk nonsense. Minister Dalton quickly stopped him. There is no breakthrough in the design of this sniper rifle itself. It completely adopts the design of the latest roaring sniper rifle. It only uses level 5 materials and the pattern of the great world of God to make the sniper rifle infinitely sturdy in theory. As long as the amount of krypton crystal powder in the cartridge case is increased, it will be able to launch a powerful shot. Killing a level 4 Zerg will not be a problem. However, this is only in theory because the person using this sniper rifle has to be at least 100 times stronger than the Transcendent to be able to operate this sniper rifle. I don't think General David has such a physique. Professor Gasker ignored Minister Dalton and continued speaking. David could not help but nod. Professor Gasker had explained the general idea behind the design of this sniper rifle. However, because Professor Gasker lacked knowledge of the great world of God pattern, he did not know that this sniper rifle, with the help of the pattern, had the power to break through the defense of a level 5 expert. Professor Gasker, if you were to use level 5 materials, without taking the user's physique into consideration, what would you choose to make a sniper rifle? David asked with a smile. What's the point of this design? Professor Gasker seemed unwilling to accept the design request and shook his head. Professor Gasker, I order you to follow General David's request and come up with a feasible plan, Grand Marshal Andre said in a low voice. He could see that David seemed to want to use Professor Gasker to increase the power of the sniper rifle. Chapter 1043. David's clone left the Federal High Command with Professor Gasker. Naturally, they were heading to the research center of the Planet of Origin Federation's Equipment Department. Professor Gasker had accepted Grand Marshal Andre's orders, but he also requested that David bring along the level 5 roaring sniper rifle. He needed to test the various indicators of the level 5 roaring sniper rifle in preparation for the design. David didn't have much to do for the time being. According to Grand Marshal Andre, it was best for him not to leave Planet of Origin before all the troops under his direct command arrived. David couldn't be bothered to cause any more trouble. The most important thing for him now was to train, so he listened to Grand Marshal Andre's instructions. Of course, the most important thing was that he really wanted to improve the power of the sniper rifle. During the war, he realized that as long as his body was strong enough, as long as he ignored the recoil of the sniper rifle, there was still a lot of room for improvement. Right now, the level 5 roaring sniper rifle could only pose a threat to level 5 Zergs. It was still a bit far from being able to deal with stronger legendaries. There weren't many things that could be improved on the level 5 roaring sniper rifle. The great world of God pattern used was engraved on it by David, the Grandmaster Alchemist. This had reached the theoretical limit. Level 5 materials were also enough. David couldn't bring out divine body materials. Even the level 5 materials couldn't be used to their full potential. Therefore, the only things that could be improved on were the design and ammunition of the sniper rifle itself. This wasn't David's specialty. Now that he had met Professor Gasker, who was an expert in individual weapons, how could he let it go? The hovercar carried Professor Gasker and David out of the Federal High Command. David frowned. He felt that someone was watching him. The strength of this clone had reached the legendary level. Although the body of the Black Dragon was specialized in physique, its spirit was not weak either. Even though it was an intermediate legendary level, it still had the spirit of a legendary level. It had an instinctive reaction to any observation that had the intention of spying on it. Part of the surveillance came from the Skynet. He guessed that this was the protective measure of the military secret department. Only the military and the government could use the Skynet. Now that the government lacked a president, it was barely able to maintain government affairs. It was a time of internal strife, and because the military had not completely ended, Skynet was currently controlled by the military alone. Now that David had reached the rank of general, he was able to enjoy a lot of treatment from the upper echelons of the military. Although he didn't have any personal guards, the security couldn't be relaxed. In addition to the Skynet surveillance, there were also surveillance teams in 4 directions. They were extremely professional and kept a distance of 5,000 meters. However, these surveillance teams had no idea how strong the target they were monitoring was. They couldn't hide their existence from a distance of 5,000 meters. David took out his ID bracelet, turned on the hologram, and quickly operated it. Professor Gasker curiously glanced at it and found that David was operating at the source code level like a stream of data. He couldn't help but be shocked. Professor Gasker wasn't an expert in electronic countermeasure, but he still knew a lot about it. The electronic countermeasure ability David used was obviously of an extremely high level. The problem was that David's combat power was invincible. With such combat power at such a young age, how could he have the time to study electronic countermeasure? David also knew that Professor Gasker was watching, so he didn't mind Professor Gasker's inspection. With his power and strength, many things that seemed serious to others were trivial to him. He was just curious to see who was monitoring him. If it wasn't for the fact that someone was monitoring him, he wouldn't have bothered. The foundation of electronic countermeasure ability was not only experience and technology, but also the most important calculation and analysis ability. In terms of calculation and analysis ability, David was miles ahead of all the electronic countermeasure masters in the Interstellar Federation. His electronic countermeasure ability was also the combination of a knowledge of many electronic countermeasure masters. It was at the Grandmaster level. In addition to David's identity as a general, he had extremely high access to Skynet. This allowed him to do many things that he couldn't do before. David easily captured the faces of the 4 surveillance teams through Skynet. He also made a copy of their ID bracelets and internal contact information. General David, I didn't expect you to have this ability, Professor Gasker exclaimed. Professor Gasker's voice was no longer cold. There was a hint of enthusiasm in his voice. As a technical staff, Professor Gasker didn't have much of a sense of identity with people in high positions. However, he was very close to people with super technology. He considered David to be one of them. It's just a game. I just found a few flies spying on us. I'm going to see who's behind them. David replied with a smile. The struggle for power. It seems that your rise has made some forces feel threatened. Professor Gasker said calmly after hearing this. This kind of thing was common, especially for a genius like General David. In just a few years after entering the federal military, he became a direct subordinate of Grand Marshal Andre and was promoted to general. One could imagine how many people's paths were blocked by General David's promotion. The number of generals within the Federal High Command was limited. Every general was a candidate for the position of deputy commander. Therefore, whether it was the generals of the Federal High Command or the 11 deputy commanders of the Federation, they all had the possibility of monitoring General David. David sent all the collected data to his Kerr intelligence organization and said casually, I hope they know when to stop. What happened next would depend on whether the Kerr intelligence organization was strong enough. If not, there was still the Tordo Fund and the world of God's intelligence that could be used. In addition, there was the military intelligence team that was about to take over. This information could reduce the workload of these intelligence personnel. Professor Gasker shook his head and said, These people don't understand what kind of constitution you have to be able to use a level 5 sniper rifle. With your strength, the weapons on the planet probably can't hurt you. As a researcher, Professor Gasker had the lowest guess of David's constitution. This guess was based on the constitution of a level 5 holy knight of the great world of God. David had to have at least the same constitution as a level 5 holy knight to be able to use a level 5 sniper rifle. A level 5 constitution was not afraid of small or medium weapons. Even a single warship's main cannon could not hurt such a constitution. David smiled. He did not want to show off, so he did not explain further. Not to mention his original body. Even this clone could be truly invincible on the planet within the Federation. The Federation did not have many weapons that could deal with him. Other than large fleets, there were also doomsday weapons that could kill gods. However, David's clone was different from those gods. He was recognized by the world rules of the Interstellar Federation. When he became a god, doomsday weapons could not hurt him. This did not mean that David's clone was not afraid of doomsday weapons after becoming a god. It was just that without the suppression of the world rules, the Federation's doomsday weapons could not lock onto him. David and Professor Gasker talked in the hover car. They talked about weapons, exoskeleton armor, transcendent armor, warships, and so on. The more they talked, the more surprised Professor Gasker became. David's knowledge was frightening. Even he, an expert in weapons research, felt inferior in many aspects. By the time they arrived at the Federal Military Equipment Department's research facility, Professor Gasker and David had become friends that they could chat and laugh with. After going through a complicated identity verification, David walked into the Federal Military Equipment Department's research facility. He had arrived at the individual weapons research facility. The moment he entered the research facility, he saw a large hall that was more than 5,000 square meters. Dozens of researchers were working on various screens. Professor Gasker explained as he led David through the hall. After the recent years of continuous battles, some individual weapons need to be improved, especially for space battles. The previous individual weapons were too weak in this aspect. This is our main direction of attack, Professor Gasker introduced as he led David through the hall. David saw several screens showing designs for exoskeleton armor. Although he only glanced at them, he could tell that these exoskeleton armors strengthened the ability to execute in space. Indeed, in the past, wars broke out on Warstar. Even if a small number of insectoids entered space, they would be killed by prepared fleets. There was no need to use individual combat power. However, during the defense of the great world of God's guardian planet, a war broke out in space. This allowed the great world of God's equipment department to see the shortcomings of individual combat power in space. Exoskeleton armors of the past would lose many of their other functions once they were involved in spaceflight. Unless it was necessary to enter space, no one would take the initiative to equip exoskeleton armors that had the ability to fly in space. This was because their combat power would be greatly reduced. David also understood why the equipment department cared so much about his sniper rifle. In the case of individual combat power, if the Federation Army had his sniper rifle, even if it was only half of its power, it would have a great effect on the overall combat power of the Army. Unfortunately, the equipment department was clearly looking in the wrong direction. David's sniper rifle could not be replicated. Professor Gasker explained as he led David into a research room in the hall. This research room was 100 square meters in size. General David, I need to scan your sniper rifle. Professor Gasker became extremely focused as he reached out his hand. David took out the level 5 Roarer sniper rifle and handed it over. Professor Gasker placed the sniper rifle on the research table and operated the scanning beam to scan the sniper rifle in all directions. Although Professor Gasker looked down on the design of the level 5 Roarer sniper rifle, the combination of level 5 materials and alchemy patterns was still very attractive to him. The great world of God had very strict control over alchemy knowledge. The Interstellar Federation had long wanted to copy the alchemy pattern, but the result of two completely different knowledge systems was not easy to copy. Until now, the alchemy pattern had not been broken by the Interstellar Federation. At most, the research results were understanding the function of the alchemy pattern. David did not speak as he watched Professor Gasker operate. Time slowly passed by. General David, which Grandmaster Alchemist drew the pattern on this sniper rifle for you? Professor Gasker stared at the scan result and asked in disbelief. After the scan, Professor Gasker realized how wrong his previous judgment was. The power of this sniper rifle was enough to penetrate level 5 defenses. What kind of concept was this? Even the main cannon of a battleship could not do this. Of course, the main cannon of a battleship was powerful enough, but the energy beam was not concentrated enough, so the attack power of the main cannon was scattered. However, this sniper rifle concentrated all the impact on the small sniper bullet. Coupled with the alchemy pattern technology of the great world of God, it achieved a power that the main cannon of a battleship could not achieve. It's a friend of mine from the great world of God. David replied with a smile. I want to ask you for a favor. Professor Gasker said hesitantly. Say it. I'll do my best to help you if I can. David looked at him and waved his hand. I've done a lot of research on the alchemy patterns of the great world of God. Although I can't draw the same alchemy pattern, I can replicate it. Professor Gasker continued after hearing David's words. David's eyes were filled with disbelief. With his understanding of alchemy patterns, it was almost impossible to replicate alchemy patterns. However, he did not believe that Professor Gasker would lie to him. There was no need to lie about this kind of thing. He only needed to try to find out whether it was true or not. Of course, replicating alchemy patterns can only retain 1/10 of the alchemy pattern's effect. Also, the alchemy pattern must be made into a form of continuous energy. Please take a look. Professor Gasker continued. Professor Gasker opened the experiment table on the other side. On it was a square alchemy item with a sharp pattern in the middle. David immediately understood the function of this alchemy item. It was an alchemy circle that used the energy of kryptonite to enhance an item's sharpness for a short period of time. This was usually used by night to temporarily increase the power of short spears. It would add a few seconds of sharpness to the short spear. This alchemy circle was a rare item in the great world of God. It was not that it was difficult to make, but that this alchemy circle was only useful for low-level knights. Low-level knights from noble families did not need this kind of alchemy circle to enhance the sharpness of their weapons. Low-level knights from small noble families did not have the wealth to buy this kind of alchemy circle. Professor Gasker operated for a while, and an energy beam swept across the alchemy pattern. On the other side of the equipment, a complete sharp pattern was replicated without a trace of error. David's perception was extremely sharp. He was also a grandmaster alchemist. He naturally saw that the process of replicating the pattern was not that simple. The process of replicating the sharp pattern was actually forcibly stripping a part of the energy from the sharp pattern in the middle of the alchemy circle. Then, through calculation and analysis, it was completely restored. This was a genius imagination. It skipped all the problems in alchemy and directly transferred the energy of the sharp pattern into a complete sharp pattern. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.